irregardless of what the Senate does with this or the governor does with it, we have a real mess with the budget in terms of deficit. And I think it's important for the House to make a stand on this and say whether you think cannabis is dangerous or, shouldn't be utilized, it is being utilized and people are going across the borders to get it. That's not going to change. And, I think we need to make a statement that this just is common sense and we need the revenue.
I hear you, but unfortunately, the aspect of this bill is that the first 2 years, it's going to cost us $7 million. And we won't get the revenue until after the 2 years, the revenue
Well,
won't
we'll
can't
still be
kick
in a mess.
So basically, you're actually making an argument for why we don't want to pass it now, is because we don't have the money to get it started.
Okay, retained.
There he is. Just take your name and take a seat. Lost trying to find the committee room? That's why it was such a great committee room for me, because nobody.
We should go underground.
Right, right. Well, well, once, in terms of subcommittees, and knowing that this room is available, it made perfect sense for subcommittees, but my light is on, I'm talking, I don't mind. This is a subcommittee, we don't care, right? Okay, so we were discussing what to do with this bill, and Representative Burrows was saying how we need revenue, and this is clearly a revenue making bill. And I pointed out that in the first couple of years of its enactment, it's a negative revenue because you got to spend all that money to get it up and running. I mean, was there a fiscal note on the back of the bill? And how much does it say? Put a microphone.
FY 2026, 7,904,000.
I'm good, huh? Am I not good that I
Yeah.
pulled that $7 million number out of there, didn't
We know.
I?
2027 is an even 8 million.
What are the general fund appropriations for this? Isn't that part?
Well, the appropriation in terms of the actual, that's the, when it says appropriation, so theoretically, and I assume this is an early bill? No, fiscal note only means that they sent it to some department to do a fiscal analysis. It does not mean that there's going to a second committee. The only chart that, I actually have the two charts that are the secret charts, that the secret squirrel, that tells you whether it goes to another committee or not. Unfortunately, it doesn't tell you which committee it's going to. In this case, this is an early bill. Let me see. You have three. This is three. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one.
Question?
186. 186. Yes, this is an early bill. So we got to get this out.
Question. We received an email with a fiscal note quick guide,
Right?
and I don't see that 7 million in there.
It doesn't say under appropriation. It says it on the here on the.
I don't know. Does this replace what's in here, or is this in addition to what's in here?
I don't know. What's the date on it?
Doesn't have a date.
Huh.
Unless,
Who wrote it? Does it say?
didn't you see this?
No.
It was in your email.
You know how many emails I get today?
I don't know what to tell you. I don't know if this replaces it or if
Right.
it's instead of or what's going on, but it
Right.
doesn't have the 7 million.
So I'm recommending, Jared, that we just retain the bill, and that way we can see if our fiscal situation improves or not. But at least gives us some time to, figure out what's going to happen in terms of the governor and the Senate. and then have them kill it, the Senate kill it, and that means you can't have another bill next year because you've killed the subject matter. So the Senate, no, well, I mean, we could pass another bill from the House and then have the Senate kill it again. Or actually, the Senate would refuse to take it. It'll just simply say, well, you have to be substantial changes, right?
They're gonna kill it. They have made that clear. I think that position of the House should be, we think this is a good bill. I think this is the bill that we liked the best from the last session, it was 2020.
No, we don't. I'm not agreeing with you on that. That I thought this was the best. No, this bill was a free for all. This bill it would allow to have marijuana locations, open up everywhere like candy, and that was the.
This bill was the bill that we passed. But very close, it was modeled off.
2023, right? Okay.
And that was the bill that was controversial, that had really strong bipartisan support. And so I think if we know what the environment is, like I'm under no disillusionment that suddenly, like, oh sweet, let's go, I'm suddenly on board, or that the Senate's not gonna be, shooting this down. That's what the Senate does.
You need a mic on.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what the Senate does. They've killed a bunch of stuff that we have sent to them. I mean, they're responsible for most marijuana bills dying, right? So, I mean, but that doesn't mean we don't send bills that we think are good. If we don't think it's good, then we should use this working session to try to make it better. If you really do have issues with it, but by and large, I think the House position should be: we think marijuana should be legalized. We've had that position since before I've been here. We've passed a lot of things prior to that. And that's what the people of New Hampshire want. And if the Senate and the governor want to be responsible for it not passing and not becoming legal in this state, then that's on them. But we shouldn't be driven by what the governor or what the Senate wants, specifically the Senate. I mean, we're two bodies. We get to decide what's best. If they think nothing is best and they're just not going to take it up, then that's on them. They can be accountable to the voters, but we should do what the voters want, and we always have. And I don't think we should be dictated by them. So that's my stance. I don't think we should retain it.
Well, the reason I recommend retaining is that it's another year that's closer to election.
Mhm.
So then it's going to be much more on the hearts and minds of when it gets to the Senate will be, close to the signing up season next year.
Mhm.
So at least the senators will be a more higher profile if they vote to
I mean,
kill
they've
it.
been pretty clear to me already, privately and somewhat publicly, that they're not going to take up anything that
I
we put
understand
in.
that.
So
But I'm saying so there's all the more reason not to send them a bill. I mean, you want to send the message, oh yeah, we agree and want to do that. But I'm saying is that no, you want to be somewhat strategic about it in terms of when do we want to have the state conversation and debate and argument over the bill? Wouldn't it be better to do it in the second year when it's closer to election rather than the first year? Which is right now it's all come by eye, and we all want to get the first year everybody's gonna it's all about the budget and to pass a bill that's going to cost $7 million. I mean they'll just kill it on that issue. Representative Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me. I just wanted to point out that not everyone in the House is for this bill.
No, I
We
know that.
now
we
have a
know
lot
you
of
are
new
the token
people.
opposition in the room at the
Yes,
moment.
and I
I'm well
will
aware of
continue
your
to
position.
oppose this vehemently. And not to speak for the governor, but I believe the governor is against it because she supports law enforcement and, excuse me again, most of law enforcement community is against this. However, I did have a question regarding this particular bill. Was there always a cannabis commission? That's page 8, line 17. Was that
So,
always part of the original?
So actually, the original issues always had a cannabis commissions. But that when we, in 23, my thumbprint was to throw it under the liquor commission. That we didn't want to create a new commission, that one commission was good enough. Now, it turns out not that I'm a rocket scientist, but if you watch what happened to the marijuana commission in Massachusetts, it's a scandal every week. It's like, yeah, another scandal's coming out. So it's almost, that again, the idea was that it would be far more efficient economically if we just kept it within one commission. The state of Washington did that. They actually changed the name of their liquor and add cannabis to its title. Yes.
A follow-up. So this bill, as opposed to the ones previously, which were in league with or controlled by the Liquor Commission, wants to establish its own separate commission? Is that what I'm
Correct.
hearing? Okay.
Correct.
Yeah, so my thinking on that was, and from talking with a lot of the various advocates on this topic, is while we have, this certainly isn't a hill I would die on. If somebody wants to change this, we can change this. But the thinking is liquor and cannabis are different. They're regulated substances, but they are different, and so the way the business works would be different. It's not going to be regulated necessarily the same. And so, because of that, a separate commission with experts that have knowledge on the cannabis industry versus just assuming that the liquor commission could step right in and not have to be brought up to speed. They'd still have to hire some sort of experts. And so, I guess it's at some level semantics. If the liquor commission is going to be in charge of it, they still have to hire these sorts of experts who actually understand the space in a way that they don't now because they don't have any experience in it. And so I just figured keep it separately. That would probably, to me, make more sense. But again, not a hill I would die on.
Yeah, because it's
Come-
creating bigger government.
Right.
Well,
Well, I
we'd
mean, I
still
would have to say where I agree with you that yes, the bill will require some expertise in terms of in terms of the oversight. However, the key element of the Liquor Commission is the enforcement of the sale to underage people.
Mhm.
Okay, and sale to a person who's is indulged. Right, you're not supposed to be stoned when you go buy marijuana. Just like if you're too drunk, you're not going to have alcohol. So the issue was that you're going to hire a whole new enforcement division to enforce that element. That's where the Liquor Commission was really, where's the cost saving.
Mhm.
And not just, not just the issue of, dealing with the intricacies of the cannabis and the problems of why cannabis is different than alcohol. Number one issue, what I've been reading, is the mold. The cannabis has mold, and then some states are really laxed about the testing. California evidently is very laxed about the testing, and they're finding mold all over the place. And so yes, there are some elements in which you're going to have specialists when it comes to cannabis. But in
Right.
terms of the actual enforcing the no sale under 21, we have a division for it. And actually, this actually is going to come up with the bill that is now being withdrawn. It's officially being withdrawn. And I talked her into withdrawing it because this is about selling exercise or whatever these what's the term in the bill? The supplements, right? There were the supplements, and you get down to she was saying, well, we passed it in New York, and I said, so who's your enforcement agency? She said the Attorney General's office, and I go, well, our Attorney General's office is interested only in our consumer protection law is only restitution, get your money back, okay, not to enforce
Is
the
this Alicia Gregg's bill?
21-year-old, 18-year-old
Comment?
age. So that was what who really enforces it. So Representative Spear.
Over the past 2 years and then this year, we've heard a lot from the Liquor Commission. And when I first started out, I didn't really know who they were or what they were. but I've gained a lot of respect for them. And I really appreciate the job that they do and how well they do it and understand what they're doing. So the idea that we put this under the Liquor Commission, I really think that's a good idea. I don't have a problem with that. The, some of the limitations that we had in that last bill from the end of last year was pretty grim. So that doesn't have to be the same way, but I think that it, under the Liquor Commission, I think it's the right thing to do.
Representative Burrows.
I think the House, again, it's a different House because the election, but I think the House last term was pretty clear that it did not want the Liquor Commission to oversee this.
No, it was the,
Location.
it wasn't so much the Liquor Commission, it
Yeah.
was the way that they had so many of this and so many, the
locations-
licenses. and-
Licenses was limited to 16. You know, that-
I think it was more, personally, I think
It was
there's,
definitely both.
That may
It
be,
was
but I
both.
think
where
they're
people
making a
were against
mistake.
A
Liquor
lot of
Commission.
people were very
it made
upset
it,
about that,
you
yeah.
may feel it's a mistake, but I definitely think people did not want the Liquor
no, I
Commission
think-
overseeing it.
So they were really thought it was a good idea to go out and hire new enforcers? Or did they not? No, but they didn't know that issue. That's an inside
No, I
baseball
think
issue.
the part that they were concerned about is the $8 million was going into the Liquor Commission to,
Right.
I think is what it was, $8 million if I recall. That was going to expand their enforcement thing, and a lot of people were uncomfortable with that. I mean, this is not my position, what I'm about to say, but
Right.
a lot of people don't like the Liquor Commission. Like, whether that's fair or not is a different point. I'm just telling you, I get a lot of feedback, and through that process, when I took my stance, I wasn't specifically fighting against the Liquor Commission part of it. Like I said, that's not the hill I'm gonna die on. I was far more concerned about the licensing numbers, but I was not, I was surprised at how many people were very upset about the Liquor Commission part of it. And I did say that in one of my speeches, that we're gonna be expanding this unelected bureaucracy by giving them $8 million initially. That was one of the lines I said in one of my speeches.
Did you get the impression that people understood what the Liquor Commission does?
No,
Well, I
that's,
think
it's
they're well-
like, it's anything, it's big government and people, I mean, let alone the bill, the whole about restaurant, getting rid of the liquor enforcement, getting the food, checking the food, the whole food requirements. I mean, all of this is people, I mean, let's face it, it's a Byzantine laws, right? It's a mother may I, it's like zoning. And it's, people hate that, is that you can't do anything without getting the blessing from the Liquor Commission, and people are offended by that. I can understand why people are. I mean, I've heard it over the years that people have issues with liquor. What was the marijuana limit on edibles? What's in your bill? I was trying to look for it. I couldn't find it.
the limit, like the
Yeah, THC. Yeah.
I don't recall if I had that.
Some reason I thought I saw 20,
I don't
did you-
recall if I
because-
was
or
spelled out.
Maine is 10. So it is 10 then. So is this going to be like Maine, where you're selling plants and seeds and selling anything and everything?
I don't think it specifically covers selling plants. I think seeds are not. I think the seeds are fine. I think.
Joe, have you read the whole thing through?
Yeah, I don't know where that is here, but as far as seeds, they don't need, like, you can buy them now online.
Yeah, I think that was not regulated.
They're not considered cannabis, like, they're not.
Right, because they're not, seeds is, you can,
THC.
right, you just don't know where they come from, but, right, right.
As far as legalizing in other states, we've seen what's happened. The sky has not fallen in those states. If anything, all of our people are going to those states, spending the money, and it's predicted that we have 18, according to this, the financial code says 18.4 million per year. Granted, that's gonna be a few years into it, so maybe
Right.
7 million for 2 or 3 years, but the potential for making money on this is way higher than that. The $7 is $12 billion budget every biennium. That's not a lot of money to make tens of millions or even 100 million or more in the future. We've been doing this for decades.
Yeah.
I've been doing this for over 10 years, and we've studied it. we looked at it, the commission was one of the ideas that was on the first cannabis study commission back in 18. That was when nobody thought the liquor commission would even be involved, and when they testified, I specifically asked them, so I said, you do a great job, you raise tons of money for the state, you sell as much alcohol as you possibly can. And they're like, oh, thanks. I said, so if we want to sell as much marijuana as possible, we should go in charge of it. They were like, no, it's a business. They're trying to sell as much as they can. Their initial purpose of their control state is to control how much people are getting and not sell them Sundays and all this other stuff to keep usage down. That's not happening in New Hampshire. It's on the side of every highway. And if people are worried about being everywhere, being too strong, you can buy grain alcohol on the side of almost every highway in the state.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
So, as far as regulations and enforcement, if the number one thing they're doing is keeping minors from doing it, and even if we have 20 or 30 stores the first few years, how many people do you need to enforce 20 stores to just check IDs? It's not, if you need 7 million for that, there's other issues. So, and also, so part of the.
Yeah, but this, how many stores does Maine have? Maine's got like hundreds now, right?
If they're having that many stores and sales are up, the money to actually hire more people to do that on any level, on any commission, is almost a moot point. It's easily going to be attainable. If that's the goal that you're looking to achieve is enforcement for minors. And I'm all for checking, but that's such a small number compared to what is going to come in.
Oh, yeah.
Also, this is very
And it's
different
not
from
just
Maine.
jobs. You're not just creating income and revenue at 8.5%. You're gonna have jobs, not just for growing and setting the stores, but all the ancillary jobs, ATMs, money transferring, financial planning, tons of things that are gonna be secondary benefits to the economy.
And I think it's important to say, we just heard Maine. I don't want this bill to be like tied in with Maine, because Maine is a really not a good example. Like it's been referred to by some of the people that I've spoken to through this process, and the advocates for this, as sort of the wild west. This is more similar to like Vermont's bill. Maine's bill is, particularly when you have like the medical side, like it's anybody can get a license. There's like no regulations on it. So those stores pop up, people get them confused. As far as like there being an enormous number of stores, it's going to take a while for that to happen, because
No, I found it here on page 35. Anybody
anybody can get a store. Yeah.
can be selling, have a gas station and sell cannabis.
You can sell store. Yes. So let
So
me
this
finish-
is,
let me
this is
finish that
now,
point.
if we're gonna take that number, if we know that right now when it comes to who sells cigarettes. in the-
Okay, no. So anybody can have a store. It's not going to be gas station.
It's not a dedicated store to cannabis. The way this is written is, well, unless it's somewhere else that say it has to be a dedicated store.
Where,
But
where you-
I'm page 35. They're talking, no shall engage in serving taxable meals, rented rooms, and renting motor vehicles or taxable sales without first obtaining a license.
there'll be one license, no more than 3 licenses per person.
Okay, so where's that?
God, I don't know where all the pages are. I just know the language.
Right. Well, here's the reason why I'm suggesting we retain the bill, is that theoretically, just like the marijuana commission, it goes to the bill entirety and talks about every element of the bill. Okay, we don't have time to do that right now, right? I mean, we could do this right this morning. We can try to do through it. Okay, but we have to have this bill out. It's an early bill. Okay, so we have to have it out by the 6th. So I'm just saying is that it seems to me it makes more sense to wait till come September and then really go through the bill paragraph by paragraph and decide, whether, what the bill is trying to do and what's to do, so that we all can speak, intelligently about what's in this bill. But if you want to just steamroll it through, it's fine. But I would guess just the issue of having this commission and have a separate commission, I mean, that's a killer for me. I mean, I've always, I was on the position that that I wanted to give it to the Liquor Commission right from the get-go. But, yeah, Rivers and Spear.
If we have to have a commission anyway, I'm not clear on why that commission is looked at in any way more favorably.
What commission?
Oh, excuse me, the
The commission
marijuana,
that's in here, that's,
oh, this Liquor Commission, right.
than the liquor commission would be.
Okay.
It's
what it-
still a
no,
government
these are
entity that's
uh,
doing-
This is a misnomer of that word commission, okay? So let's call, the so-called commission that we had, that Jared and I were both on, that was a chapter study. That was a.
No, I'm not
that was
talking
the-
about that.
The
I'm not
Liquor Study Committee.
I'm not talking about that.
Okay, all right,
What I'm talking about is this
It's the
thing sets
enforcement.
up a cannabis commission
correct,
versus the liquor commission.
correct,
They're both government entities.
correct.
They're both going to have rules. So why would the liquor commission, if it's spun the right way, be looked at any more unfavorably than another commission that we have?
Right, but this bill specifically states they're creating a new marijuana commission.
Why is there an advantage to that?
I'm opposed to it.
The argument would be that,
You're asking me.
the argument would be that it would be a dedicated thing focusing on this unique industry. It's a new industry. And I think the reason why people are conflating liquor and cannabis is because they're both regulated substances. And so we think it's just, oh, we're just regulating a regulated substance. And the idea is that, well, there's still differences. So if you're going to have to hire people who have expertise on all that stuff, why can't we just have one focus on it? Like, why do we
But
have
there's
to
an
be on-
infrastructure involved and the liquor commission handles tobacco without any problem. And that's a different substance altogether.
Yeah, but this is separate because it could be testing of the purity of
yes, of
stuff, all
course.
that sort of stuff. And so,
Well, they don't do the testing. They require you to send it out to a testing entity.
but
But
there's
they
gonna be all
have
the
to,
regulations.
they
around
have to
all that.
regulate that test, I mean, to make sure that testing entity is competent. to
Right, so
test
they
it
have to
properly.
regulate all that. So that's the idea of just having them be able to focus on that. It's like anything, when government agencies get large, they become less effective, right? And so making one agency bigger and bigger, are they gonna
Well,
be
first of
as
all, I don't necessarily agree that that's the case, but they have the infrastructure and know how to do the job.
But do they? They don't have any experience with cannabis, so I
But
don't.
neither does anybody else right now
Well,
in regulating it in the state.
But certainly they do have some people who do, right? Like they have the ATCs that are already in existence, right? And there's some frameworks around that. So the people who already have some of their hands in the pot can come in and help, maybe be hired to do something. That's the thinking. Again, I'm not gonna die on this hill. This is not that important to me. But the idea that like the liquor commission is some sort of like, oh, they got this figured out, I think is also a bit of a misnomer. That's my argument. I'm not gonna die on this hill. Don't care that much about it, but you have an opinion?
Yeah, this is a subcommittee, so we're all free to. We're still-
Page 11, line 1, the commission may confirm and cooperate with any other critical agency in any manner relating to its duties. So if they're just worried about checking, it can be a separate commission, separate advisory board, which, by the way, this advisory board has 15 members, and I think the word expert is in more than half of the definition. So there are many experts in the field who would be on the advisory board, who would be advising the small commission that would be more efficient. But if they have to worry about enforcement, they can cooperate with any other state or local agency to do any of that stuff. If the liquor commission wanted to be contracted or just brought in just for enforcement for age verification, if that's the main concern, it's easily allowed under line 1, page 11.
But also the advisory board's a little bit different than the commission too,
Yes.
so.
Right, the commission is separate. The advisory
Yeah.
board has a lot of experts with I know, they would have knowledge to do that in this state. There are a lot of people who, if you go to across the border in Maine and look at all the stores on the border, about half of them are owned by New Hampshire residents who just bought places or run businesses in Maine. So there are plenty of people in New Hampshire who have experience. They just have to do their business in other states.
I don't see a place for new futures on there, so she'll be demanding a seat on the commission. They'll be on the advisory committee. Board shall, okay, this is the board, so where's the advisory
H,
committee?
yes, exactly, H would be.
I'm looking at page 11, which is, that must be the commission itself.
No, this is the advisory committee.
That's advisory, right, so I am looking in the right place,
Yeah,
yes.
I think like,
She's
yeah,
gonna be
they would be
looking for
under
a
H.
seat. She's gonna be looking for a seat.
Should be under H. 2 experts in public health or something. Yeah. Same with what? Oh,
Yeah, no, this is free, it's a free-for-all.
So what I was going to say is that I think one of the concerns with the Liquor Commission was that they were going to give some of the big businesses an edge up in getting licenses.
Because there were limited licenses.
Yeah, and they were already, I mean, you could see some of the developers in New Hampshire and beyond already belling up to the bar
Right.
to get in.
Right.
Which is
That was
why
the,
this
that
has
was the,
no
that was
limit.
the
Exactly.
Achilles
But when-
heel,
if we don't
was
set it
that there
that
was
way.
limited licenses and that it was a
Yeah,
million, it was a
and
million.
I
That's
think
what
it was going to
Representative
favor.
Howard,
was
that's
gonna
what he-
favor the
what Houston
few.
Howard said, this is just gonna be a rich man's sport.
Yeah, exactly.
yeah, that's why this wouldn't allow that.
And I think that's why the House defeated that version.
I think that was for me, that was why.
But I
it's so
think
hard
that's
to
why
say.
it was defeated.
Yeah,
you
the
know?
limited licenses
Yeah.
is what was
Well,
what
also
killed it.
they didn't like the Liquor Commission.
A lot of people didn't like the Liquor Commission. The reason I took such a firm stance was the fixed licensing.
Limited number, limited, yeah.
Yeah. We don't like taxi cab medallions, right, John?
Yeah, I guess for me, I would really need to go through the whole bill. I mean, why do we have all these different license? We have, on page 13, we have the annual licensing fee, adjusted inflation depending based on the product manufacturer that are not authorized to perform volatile extraction. It was $10,000 for a retail cannabis store and cannabis products. So they're gonna, it's a $10,000 fee. They're authorized to perform all extractions. What is this? What does this all mean? What is a volatile extraction? Joe. Yeah, right, volatile. For okay, so 250 for a tier 1 cannabis cultivator facility. Is this like a nano cultivator?
Yeah, something small. Basically, yeah, that's how you could think of it.
I imagine it's a much shorter list of fees than the Liquor Commission has. I think they've got hundreds of fees. They have, how many the Liquor Commission?
This is
Okay, just so you
this is
know, the
basically
Liquor
us.
Commission has, yes, it has a fair amount of fees, but every fee is related to the nature of the underlying business. So in other words, yes, we have a pool room business, so you have to have 10 pool tables. Okay, we have a tennis court license. You got to have 2 tennis courts. So in terms of it's the nature of the underlying provider, not the in terms of the volume or we actually the one interesting the volume difference is we actually we make the volume sales. You always say the more volume you buy, the cheaper the price you should get it at. Well, not in New Hampshire when it comes to liquor, because when it comes to buying wine, the grocery stores have to pay more for the wine to put the wine on their shelves than the small mom and pop convenience store. And it's $1 million threshold. So if you have if you do more than $1 million worth of sell, then your price goes up, not down. One of-
Thanks for coming. So, I don't feel safer knowing that pool table places have that. It's at 9. Because if I walked in a place at 9,
Exactly.
I wouldn't feel safe.
Exactly. No, it was. Yep.
Do we think it's going to be problematic that there are no Republicans who are on this bill?
That's only because the system failed, not because they don't
Okay,
want government.
it might have been that way, but they're not on here. So I'm asking whether it's going to be
I don't
problematic.
think so. I would hope not. I mean, Erica Leone is on board. She told me to put her on it, and then like you were supposed to be on it as well.
Yeah, I never saw
And
it.
it just this OLS system just was screwed up.
Do you know, I mean, I love working with Erica. I mean, other people who you think would be on board and working with Erica on the other side of the aisle?
Yeah, I think so. I
Okay.
mean, I think by and large, there are certain, I mean, that party is more divided, right? You guys are more divided. So there's the people who are very against it, and then there's the more free state or libertarians who are more pro it. So I
Yeah.
think that split isn't going to change
Right?
based on the sponsorship.
Yeah, this is subcommittee.
It's a free-for-all.
It's a free-for-all.
Thank you for the free-for-all. So I know, last term, a person, a representative who has been trying to get cannabis passed, but doesn't like, the liquor commission or anyone. I mean, they just want to grow, do their thing
Not be regulated.
and not be regulated. And we've put that through again and again. But if there's some way we can bring those people in and, try to get them to support this, or, I can try to reach out to some of these people to maybe get on and have a conversation and try
Sure,
to
if
do
they-
something
if
about
they
it.
want to. I mean, I'm not trying to exclude anybody. Literally, the system was messed up. That's the only reason just
Yeah.
me and Heath ended up on it. I was supposed to have Anita, Dick Thaxton, he wanted to be on it. Erica Leone, like, so there was a bunch of people who wanted to be on it. And when I put them in, this happened, for whatever reason, I don't know what happened in the system. Apparently it happened to other people too. It wasn't me. I thought it was user error, but other people told me they had the same problem. So,
So I think if they are interested,
but
they
it's
can
like
get
too
up and
late to
talk.
add. Yeah, they can talk.
But they can get up. I mean, I put in bills that, were won and passed.
Mhm.
I was the only one and passed. But we just have to reach out to those people, I think, now and
Mhm.
say, hey, are you supporting this? And maybe have everybody look at it in case they haven't.
Mhm.
And kind of, if we need to parse some things out.
Sure. Yeah. I'm fine with that.
Well, that's not my nature. My nature is to go through it and make sure everything in it makes sense. But to just pass it and say, okay, if anybody has a problem, you got 2
Well, I mean,
years.
this
You got 2 years to fix it because nothing's going to happen. Well, actually, I'm seeing here, it looks like
well, that was your argument last time, right?
2
We were going
years.
to have time to fix it. You
Right.
acknowledged it was bad. It didn't
I
make
acknowledge
sense.
that, yeah,
You
but
thought you were
but
gonna
I
be able to fix
also
it.
spent a lot of time going through the bill, paragraph by paragraph.
Right.
That's a famous Pelosi quote. We have to pass it so that we can read it to see what's in it.
No, I mean, if people aren't, I mean, it's a little frustrating that we're not in a position to like do that now, just because of a short deadline or whatever. But
Well, that's why I'm saying we should retain it and then really do that work.
How much time do we actually have?
How much time do we actually have to go through this, Bill?
Yeah.
Okay, well, are you gonna go away on the vacation? Okay, so we do have that week. You could spend the whole week working on going through the bill.
Not me.
I'm just saying. But I will not be around. I will not be around. So, but in terms of myself, why am I keep hitting
when's the
wrong
date
button?
it has to be out by?
Technically, it has to be out March 6th.
Mhm.
So that I was planning to schedule all these bills for Tuesday, March 4th, if I can find a room. If I can't find a room, then we're down to March. And I could, and maybe we could do Reps Hall or something. I don't know. I can, try to do something, and I'd get Paul to let me do it, given that he wants to make sure all the because the blurbs have got to get in really quickly. The final day, the actual day, is technically March 6th, but they've scheduled a session for March 6th. doesn't make any sense to me, but that's what they did. So, we could just say, I mean, we're gonna exec everything, Wednesday morning, March 5th.
Do you think,
Monday to straighten everything out. Is that what you're saying?
It has to be, if you're going, in other words, we would have an amendment, and we would, at that point, we would be voting on the amended bill and then recommending.
do you think
the
that's
amended bill to the
feasible,
floor.
Jared,
I mean,
from your perspective?
it works for me if we want to do it. I'm not the one who's going to be gone, so I can make whatever work.
I mean, do you feel like you could pull together, I mean, not just people
I
on
don't know
this?
what the complaints are, so.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm fine with the bill pretty much as is. It seems like people are just not prepared to talk about this bill at this time. So if we just need time for people to read through the bill and have some more questions, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I'm a little frustrated just because we're
Well, but
not in here talking about what we don't like.
Yeah,
Or how
yeah.
to make things better. It seems like we just aren't ready to talk about this bill yet, and that's fine. Then what we need to probably do is have another session, I don't know, next week or something, if we're gonna do this, to just actually dig into it and have people read through it.
okay, so I'll get right to the point, and I can just clarify it. Does this bill allow any convenience store to sell marijuana?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so
You'd have to have
it has to be a standalone location. Okay, so can you tell me where that is?
I don't know, and that's certainly not the intent, but I can double check the language. I'd have to dig through it.
Right,
I'll put that question down and I can review that. So you seem to be afraid of like
I see.
7-Eleven getting a
Yeah,
weed
everybody.
license.
It's going, well, right now, the big complaints is these, gas station, they selling beer, wine, cigarettes. They used to sell pornography, but I guess they don't do that anymore because everybody gets on, get it on the internet. But it was, it was those kind of fly by night, beer, wine, tobacco places.
In all fairness to the sponsors and to the importance of the issue, that we make it to go through this again and come back and see if we can make tweaks with anything that we're not comfortable with and move forward.
Right.
This is, yeah, it's gone on for decades and decades.
Yeah.
Why, I just feel like.
Right, well, and I don't feel bad that I won't be there because at this moment, as long as you're insisting that you're going to keep it until, create this new commission, then I can't get behind this bill at all.
I'm not insistent. I didn't say that I was.
Okay, well then that it's up to you, but at this point, to my thinking, the number one problem I have is, in terms of my number one complaint, is this creating a new commission.
You want the liquor commission to be
I want the liquor commission to oversee it. And then in terms of assuming that everything else has the proper testing and the controls. I mean, I know that the only other issue that the committee got bogged down on was the legalization and the decriminalization, and it looks like that's in this bill, right?
Yeah.
Right.
That's in here. It's also another bill, which I don't know if it's how it's going to come out of the Justice Committee, but
Right.
that same language there, and then it's in here as well, which is more comprehensive.
So, yeah. So if you rewrite the bill and get rid of that commission, then I can get behind. I'll be supportive of the bill. Otherwise, I can't support this bill personally. But like I say, I'm gonna be gone. Maybe next week. Next week we got to we got to get cert. We got to get exec all the bills we want to do, and then we still have what I have left. We have 13 early bills that have to be done by let's call it March 5th. They'll have to be done March 5th. That I was kind of hoping to get some done next week. And then we haven't heard 11 bills. We have 11 bills we haven't even heard yet. And they have to be done by March 20th. That's the remaining 11 bill. That's the remaining all the bills that we haven't even heard yet, let alone whether we've done the subcommittees and really know what we're doing with them all. So to me, working this bill is a huge time consumer and it could take a lot of work. And we just don't really have the time for it. And that's why I'm suggesting that we retain it and then work on it in September and in that case, we have all the time in the world to get it done right.
I'd rather do it now. I mean, the fall is my time to try to make money. And I get sucked into the last commission that I was on, and
What do you mean sucked in? You missed as many as I did.
because I had to start working. It's hard for me to do the work of this job effectively. We don't get paid. We all know that, right? And I have to make money somehow. And I try to do as much working as I can in the fall.
Right.
Last fall, I worked 6 jobs, including this. And so I would rather have my falls.
You'd rather just get the thing, start, push it through, and have it died.
It's gonna die. I know it's gonna die. I'm under no illusions that we're gonna pass this. I've known that since the election results. But
Okay.
that's not on me. That's on the people who choose not to pass it. And that's
Just one
That's
argument,
the
I think
argument.
John alluded to it, you know, the political environment potentially could be.
I think that is
different.
completely no. They're not gonna suddenly like, oh, it's an election year. We now have seen the
No,
light.
I don't mean that, I mean if somebody's engaged or something like that.
Well, there's a big stretch there for a lot of those.
Yeah.
Things, so I'm just gonna, yeah. I think we should just pass it, and if we can pass it, we can try to come back when they kill it in the Senate, or if by some miracle it makes it to the governor's desk and she vetoes it, then we can debate whether or not to do something next year. But like, this bill's here now. Let's get it done now. If there's concerns with respect to the Liquor Commission, I can certainly work on that language to appease John's concerns. I will confirm that this.
Not that my vote is that important. You don't have to. If you believe that your constituents, the
No,
people
but I would
who-
like you to support it. You're like an important person to support this.
but I'm only one person. You got to get
Oh, you're
211.
you've got some sway, don't you?
211.
Chairman, question, if we did, move it over to the Liquor Commission, and Jerry doesn't seem to be too, and you could get on board with this, do you still see it as not having any chance in the Senate?
The bill's dead. I agree with
The
him.
bill is
okay.
dead.
In any case,
I have
Bill's
accepted
dead.
this a long time ago. That's why I don't. That's why I think we need to start even talking about that. Like, who cares what they say?
It's gonna die anyway.
It's just giving me a reason to vote no. It's okay, having the commission, but to put the commission in, yes, that at least that'll get me to vote yes on the House side. But in the end of the day, the odds of this ever seeing the light of day in the Senate
I mean,
is
I'm
pretty
realistic
slim.
of what it's doing.
Yeah, Joe, what do you think?
It's been 11 years since the New Hampshire House was the first legislature in the country to actually pass it by a vote of the legislature. It was all done by referendum.
It's right. We were the first state to actually do it.
And 11 years, 2 commissions, and probably half a dozen passing full legalization bills later in the House. We need more time to do the bill that most people have agreed to. The highest number of votes was 2 years ago
Mhm.
with 1630. It was one of the highest votes.
Yeah, no,
ever.
it was a
And
great
the
bill.
lowest was the state model. That barely passed. Even that one passed because people held their nose. The highest numbers of passed in the House has always been a model similar to this. It's done it before. It was almost veto-proof majority last time. It was real close. In fact, if it were one for the Democrats who lived in my county, it would have had a veto-proof majority in the House. Just throwing that out there. Not blaming it on all the Democrats, because obviously there were many Republicans who didn't sign on, but it's passed time and time again, and we've studied it ad nauseum. I mean, if people don't like it, that's, 1 or 2 things about it, that's gonna happen.
Right. So my vote doesn't matter, right? You would just assume go with this.
But we know the House is gonna pass it. We know the House is gonna pass it, probably with a higher margin than if you put a state control model or a separate commission. That's what's happened. We have historical knowledge of 11 years passing since we first.
No, but the state model originally passed us.
Passed it, but look at the numbers. It was one that barely passed.
No. You're confusing with when it came back from the Senate. But when we sent the original bill over,
He's not talking about, he was talking about it some other time
I'm talking
before I
about
was.
time overall. Over the
right?
years.
Okay,
Now,
yeah.
that year, it was the best. All the other bills were killed by various people. And, you know, that's what we got stuck with because we were told, oh, this is the only bill that will be signed by the governor. But if that weren't the case, that bill wouldn't have gotten.
Well, that's where you know what I'm saying. What gets goofy here is that the House was okay when we passed with the Liquor Commission, with the control, with the limited amount of stores. They were okay with that. They voted it, and I think it was pretty close to being veto proof with the vote. But then when it got over to the Senate, and the Senate started adding back in all the things that they wanted, okay, then at that point the House members, you know, it lost by 4 votes.
I mean, they basically deleted our language and put a new bill.
They didn't delete that, but the majority of the bill was there.
You say so.
You know, but we were told that the only way it would pass is if it was that model. And that was because of, you know, very few people that made that decision that weren't in the House. That was not a House decision. That was one office decision. And people said, well, if we're going to do it, that's the only way. And actually, I think those were the exact words that you used to yourself, Mr. Chairman. This is the only bill that's going to pass. You have to do it.
And you did say that.
I did say that.
So, you know,
And so they voted no, and therefore that,
but
then it proves me right. No, that just proves me right, that we'll never get it passed.
we know this. We put this in tomorrow without, you know, any of you showing up. No offense, and it'll still pass.
They'll die in the Senate.
You could put, you know, if Moses came down with 2 stone tablets with his own bill on it, the Senate would probably still kill it.
I'm sure you're right.
My constituents that call me, email me, whatever, they with the cost of living these days, they don't want an income tax, but they want pot so that we'll have enough money, right, in the state. So I get a lot of that from people. And I think this is kind of a year that maybe we do get a little momentum on that. Just my thoughts.
I've had absolutely the opposite. I have had no one in my town and in surrounding towns when I go visit that wants this, that wants cannabis.
Most of the people that contact me are elderly.
Well,
And everybody gets it.
Well, but then we're saying we don't want people on the road, we don't want kids to have it, so we have no protections for minors in New Hampshire.
No, we have the laws.
We have the laws, but honestly,
You can't have
a
it.
few years ago, 55.5 million Americans used cannabis in that calendar year, 22.
There's-
23.
there's-
That's about 1 in 7. So people don't have any respect for the law. And, you know, if you have laws that
Shocking.
reasonably disregard or open them out. I mean, think about how many celebrities go on social media and just they actually smoke on a video or brag about it online. Nobody really cares at that level. You know, there might be individuals who don't want it, but they don't have to smoke it. It's fine. If it's legalized, it doesn't mean you have to smoke it. Same with alcohol.
I feel like there's that. What is that saying? If you want to see
Smoke
if
'em
a
if you got it.
if you want to see if a law is bad, enforce it strictly, because then you'll have people riot. So if they enforce this strictly, like at the federal level, this would become legal real quick because people would be in outrage because so many people would be in jail, so many people would be arrested.
we were just talking about smoking in restaurants, and yet
But most
pot's smell and stench, as I like
But
to
you
call
can't
it,
smoke
goes
publicly.
everywhere.
You can't smoke this.
That's, but don't go there. Because that is the one big issue people have, is they say, look at the states that have passed it.
Right.
You can
You
smell it.
smell it
cannot go.
everywhere. You can't go anywhere
in
without smelling it.
Colorado, you can't go to, what is that, Red Rock concert without, you Red Rock, you're gonna be stoned when you leave. Because
But-
everybody's
but there-
smoking.
But here's the question:
I would have to say, I'm old enough to say that, yes, I went to plenty of concerts that I didn't smell marijuana, yes.
But I mean,
That's,
Plenty of guys who really use it. We're all lighting up there.
they all, The monkeys, they're stone monkeys.
But I mean, I guess the question.
I went to
is
Bruce
people-
Springsteen concerts that people weren't smoking pot.
The question is just enforcement. Do we want to enforce it? Like it is outlawed. It's outlawed to smoke cigarettes in certain parks and stuff too. But
Right.
people still do it. So
Exactly. But those are enforced.
what's that?
Smoking like in Rye Beach, that is enforced.
Where right? Yeah. So
Yeah,
like
that-
that. So this could be enforced too. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean,
No,
whether or not it gets enforced or not
The
is
problem is the numbers.
this law can't be enforced on its own. Like we have to actually have the people who have a will to do it, and you know.
Well, the libertarian in me says, you know what? Let's just make it legal and call it a day. Let people grow their own.
I mean, I'm fine with home grow.
I would rather rather have people just grow their own rather than having people buy it. Because then
I-
because
if
you don't set up
everybody-
the bureaucracy about the mold, and you don't have to set up in what people do, the
I mean,
quality and do all
I'm
that
not
shit.
opposed to that model, John. Where's the bill?
I
I
I
thought
would
there was a
support that.
bill. Wasn't there a bill that just made? Yeah.
Yes, yes.
I think it's
But then he
important to,
killed
If anybody drew it.
it. No, he killed,
just didn't
he
show up.
killed our bill
He
last
killed-
time.
Oh yeah.
He was
okay.
against it.
He was against the one last
Yes,
time. The same one that I was against.
Yes.
So-
Not against the first one.
right.
Yeah.
correct.
I think it's important that we limit the smoking in public. And,
It-
and
it
I
is.
say that only because, and this does, so the idea of just letting everybody have a free-for-all, it has 5 times the tar of a cigarette. And for people who have heart disease, that's bad. So I'm thinking that we have to not let this go and have a free-for-all. I mean, we have to have some control on it.
It's not going to be enforced, but it already is. It's illegal in the state now, and you can smell marijuana everywhere. So
Yeah, and
I just think this is one of the things. Like I don't care, and I'm just kind of like pointing out the reality of the way the world works from my perspective. Anyways, is I think it's funny that we get all caught up on public smoking. People are public smoking now. It's illegal in the state, and people are publicly smoking now. So I just think it's funny that
Yeah,
like
but
this
they're-
language matters.
no,
to
it is not publicly, it's illegal in restaurants, but you can stand on the
I'm talking
sidewalk.
about marijuana. Marijuana is
Oh.
legal across the whole state, and yet I smell people smoking it all the time. Like it's just, it's. I think there's, to your point, everybody who wants to smoke in the state is either going to Vermont, Maine, or Massachusetts and
To
buying
buy
it and consuming it, and then smoking it publicly in New Hampshire. And so it's already illegal. It's already those laws are not being enforced enough that I'm not smelling it. Excuse
Well,
me.
I would have to say, in the defense of our current situation, is that the people who are smoking, there are some,
Mhm.
okay, but they're very subtle about it. They have, in terms of these little one-hitter things, and they're trying to minimize people to smell it, and are certainly conscious of not doing it in large public places where a lot of people are, in which law enforcement's standing right there.
Mhm.
Okay, so, but yes, no matter what you do, you're never going to truly, it's just
Not
the
gonna fool with
enforcement
lockdown.
but so that one of the arguments for those who are opposed to marijuana is that the amount of marijuana they smell now is going to be it's a lot less than once you legalize it. Then even though you have this statute and said you got the $100 penalty, for the first offense, people become more
I mean,
arrogant about not worrying about getting.
And I am not like, I don't really care. Funny thing is, I don't even consume marijuana, so none of this really matters to me. Except I just think we should stop arresting people for it. But
But we just agreed that nobody's getting arrested now.
that's not true though. Like the New Hampshire's own data shows that people get arrested every year. Yeah,
Yeah, but right now, law enforcement, the only time law enforcement enforces it is when they pull you over for speeding in the car, they open the door and,
I mean, it's still
and the pillow of smoke comes
The,
out.
the numbers show that there are people still being, and but I'm getting like people are like trolling me on Twitter for this whole public smoking thing. I'm just like, wow, like there's just no way to get everybody happy. So
Right, that is true.
Right, it is. So what am I gonna do?
So this is up to you, what you want to do, with the
I
bill.
mean, I can make these changes. I would
I'm
like to- I would like your
recommending
support.
retaining it. If you guys don't want to retain it, then
I would like to not
then
retain it.
You can go ahead and schedule. I'll put you, in charge of the subcommittee, and you can call the subcommittee meetings, and you can do whatever you guys want to do, and do whatever you want to do, and see whatever you can come back with, and then we'll look for, right now, we're talking about March 5th, assuming that I still can't find a committee room for March 4th. But it sounds like all the other committees.
Why are the committees so hard to find this year?
Well, I would have to say that I know exactly why, because we had the labor in Fish and Game Committee room on Tuesdays last year. But that committee they switched that Tuesday. Right, and then they added an extra committee. So right, well, right, well, theoretically, it should, maybe get a little better, when we move out, but at the end of the day, it's very annoying, all these session days. Take our Thursdays. I mean, I could have them bring the committee after session, I can bring the committee back, but
Ugh.
that is not
Nobody wants
normally, that's not normally a good idea.
Do a Zoom or in person to
Sure, yeah,
knock it off?
yeah, I think we should work on it and get it done, and then not have to worry about it in the.
But would you wanna call in some other people that never got to be on the, bill?
I can reach out to them, and if people have names.
Right, you you can do whatever you want to do to get, but basically we're gonna, I would recommend that you make sure whatever you have, that amendment is done by the 4th and get it out to everybody. Because, if you're gonna throw a 36-page bill in front of me, 40-page bill in front of me that I've never seen, I need a little time to, but I would still argue that retaining is the right answer.
I'd say we should work on it, and then,
If you can help pull people together that we can, like Erica, I think, and have them go over the bill, then we could schedule something.
sure.
Can we vote on it on March 5th or 6th, whatever day comes after that? And at that point, if the folks don't feel like we've got something worthwhile, that we can retain it then?
Well, when we have our exec session, right, we can certainly go around the conversation and see where people are. And basically the choice would be to either vote for the amendment or vote to keep the bill as in its current form or retain it. And that options be open. And I'm just telling you that I cannot vote for this bill in its current form. And I described why. So. All right. So for your note, well, you got lots of notes on this one, huh?
Yeah,
You do. Great.
I'll have to get a new sheet.
Yeah,
It's too messy.
too messy.
So
Okay.
we're gonna make a motion or?
No, we're gonna at this point. We're that we will have another subcommittee meeting and they'll work it out. And we will vote on it come March 5th. And I'm saying March 5th in the morning rather than the afternoon. So if you're gonna try to solve things, you could have this room probably on March 4th. I'll go lock it down now. Yeah, I'll talk to Robin to lock it down now. So that you can have this room for March 4th. That is a Tuesday. And then Wednesday morning, we got exec, and then we got to exec the 13 early bills. That's the main bogey here. And you have the whole vacation week. You have all the time in the world to figure it out.
Jared, to do it in this room on that date.
On the 4th?
Yeah.
Uh,
Does that work?
yeah, that's fine.
Potentially at 10.
That would be a subcommittee.
So she'll schedule it.
Yep. All right. that clock, I got it to work for a little bit and then it died again. I think it's just the battery's low. I think it needs a new battery. No, exactly. It got to 10:30 and then it died. Okay. All right, so the next one is relocating positions in the liquor commission.
It's your bill.
Yes.
I obviously think you're for it.
I don't think there was any problems with the relocation. Everybody was okay with that. I'm surprised they're not here. But I hope they're not thinking they're upstairs, but
Sorry, what bill number was this again?
538. Even Joe testified
Oh,
for
I
it,
think I wasn't here.
Right.
at this one.
so.
Joe, as in Malika.
Commissioner.
Yes. There he is, speaking of the devil. Oh, so they didn't want to come in on the marijuana discussion. But you can watch the tape. Okay, so, anybody have any problems with these changes in positions and refinement, and did we save money with this, or was it just really just moving? Yeah, you'd stay in compliance with the, right. By finance, right,
It's, if the money is appropriated, and we have the money in the budget. There's no additional funds.
Right.
necessary.
right. Yeah, it seemed a little weird that it was an early bill, but it might go to ED&A rather than finance, but I don't know. Assuming, it's a position, so I'm sure it's gonna go to finance. So, okay. So who's on the subcommittee? Okay. All right. So Petusik, Burrows, Walls, Sullivan, Post, Spear, and Hunt. Okay. I move ought to pass.
Second?
Oh, is the question clear? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Unanimous.
Unanimous.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 zip. It's for somebody who used to work for the government, okay.
Everybody's here.
Good, so, the only other, loose end, liquor loose end that we have is, we moved to made a motion to reconsider our actions on the restaurant,
Oh, yeah.
restaurant. And so we're drawing up an amendment that will create a tavern license. And if a town, city or town, wants to vote on a tavern license, the tavern license would not have any food requirements.
So enabling for
It's
municipality.
the enabling, but the city and town don't have.
Good solution.
Compromise that I should have done before, but I didn't.
That's what happens when you get anxious.
So, also, what got me looking at was that we have another liquor bill. It's related to,
The bar bus or whatever you want to call it.
What's
Omnibus,
that?
the omnibus bill of bars. Is that the one that's coming out?
I didn't call it, this other one is, it's,
The late night openings and stuff.
no, that's a different issue. Now, this one is.
Did that one come last week and I just wasn't here?
Yeah, this one is about, having, they call it social districts. Oh, yeah. And allowing municipalities to create social
Right.
districts.
What is
Who's
that?
the sponsor on that?
Boy. Merrimack. Yeah, that, I don't know if somebody put them up to it or, you know, but that the issue was that there are there's Weir's Beach, obviously, motorcycle. And, that's in Salem, the Husky Village. What they did was, is we had passed 3 years ago, bill to say, well, instead of having this fenced in area, you're outdoors, you have a fenced in limited area, you were gonna say, well, if you're at a vineyard and you carry your wine, or you're walking down the grapes, probably smoking marijuana.
I'm, you look at me like I smoke.
Outdoor smoke.
Picture Jared with this doobie and his glass of wine.
Yeah.
So, that we said that because it was on the farm, it was eyesight facility that we permitted it. So this bill goes, it's gonna now go and wait, evidently, the department, without any statutory guidance, did say that the custom village, that they did it by, cup color.
Yeah.
Cup color. When I talked to Mike Somerset, the restaurant hospitality, he thought that was the cup color didn't make any sense because it was a bar fight, all you have 50 cups on the ground, scattered.
Of course he was against it.
When you know.
Yeah, that's the state, yeah. I'll tell you specifically what was changed here. So in the original bill, there were some definitions around stablecoin staking, staking as a service. Those are all removed. They're not relevant with these changes. Roman numeral 2, there was a reference to stable coins. It said end stable coins from the general fund. So that's been stricken from the bill. In the old version, there was a Roman numeral 5 that said the state treasurer may engage in lending or staking of qualified digital assets. That's been removed. So we took all those references out. And then the main change to the substance of the bill, Roman numeral 3, it used to say not invest more than 10%. So we cut that down to 5. And so we had a Zoom meeting with the state treasurer, Representative Spears, Representative McAleer, and myself, and we went over, Representative Spears had a question about should the general fund be taken out? And the treasurer seemed to indicate that that's okay to leave in. Yeah. And my general sense was she's not looking to urgently utilize this, but would like to have it in the toolbox. And she seemed, open to that. That was my impression. So.
Yeah, the other impression that I got also was that this is an enabling kind of thing. She's going to do what she has to do.
Right.
And so it isn't like we're forcing anybody to do anything. It just gives her a little more ammunition to work with, which she may not do right away.
My comment was that, again, this is totally inappropriate for many of the things she does. This is not short-term money. This is really long-term money. A place for it might be in the state pension plan, for example. I don't know that we specifically mentioned that in here, Keith?
No, it would be up to their
Okay,
discretion.
yeah, but, so, I mean, nobody's gonna go out and buy a bunch of Bitcoin in the payroll fund, for sure.
Yeah, she said she and her board of directors are gonna make those decisions. We're not forcing her to make any decisions. She and her board of directors make those decisions as to where money goes.
Uh,
This is a subcommittee. It's a pre-vote.
I just got,
Feel free to jump in at any time.
well, I just have a question for Keith. So Keith, actually, Anita and I were just talking about, she mentioned stable fund, and I said that, yeah, stable coin. I said, that's not exactly what President Trump is talking about. He's talking about basically having, putting some sort of a safety net among crypto. That scares the hell out of me.
I don't know what you mean, safety net.
Um,
Are we talking about this bill anymore?
Well, it's in relation to crypto, and I want to make sure that we're not going in that direction. That, in other words, he would, for example, you go and you buy a CD, you've got FDIC coverage. We have no coverage on stocks, we have no coverage on bonds, but from what I understand, he's talking about some sort of a backup, a dollar backup to Bitcoin, which I think is crazy.
I haven't heard that
Okay.
information. What I have heard is there's a commission, there's a new crypto czar. And the entire administration is pretty much crypto friendly from top to bottom. It's it is a radical sea change that's just happened. And the commission is tasked with their first task from the president is to look into creating a strategic reserve of Bitcoin and potentially other digital assets. That's not going to necessarily back up the dollar. It would just be the U.S. government having a stake in, that scarce resource.
Right, that's fine, but that's not the way I sort of interpret it. That's why I was asking you.
Yeah,
Maybe you could
there
look
is
into it
separate
for us.
there is separate stablecoin
yeah.
legislation from the federal level, and it's really a dollar-backed digital token. It's it's pegged to the value of the dollar, and that's what a
I think the federal government already has about 15 billion in Bitcoin already.
200,000.
200,000 what?
They seized 200,000 from various bad actors, and they have at least 200,000.
Oh, I was looking the other day and I think they've got closer to 15 billion.
Yeah.
They did sell off some,
Yeah,
It'd have been 19 billion. I think.
19 billion.
so
Okay.
they're on their way to making a reserve anyway.
Yeah, so
But that's not this bill, so.
that's not this bill. And the stable token was part of this bill, and that would be like, as transactions move to stable tokens, you can take your stable tokens and you can stake them, sort of like interest bearing. We talked about staking before, and there's a whole industry built growing up around that. I don't think it's probably too far down the path for this bill, so that's why I took it out.
There's nothing else to say. The treasurer seemed to think it was okay. It got pared down to what we all agreed to. We chatted for, I don't know, half an hour, maybe longer.
What if there's a different treasurer?
Doesn't make any difference. They have a
Something like
board of
that.
directors they have to answer to, and they have to
But
keep
what
a
if they
certain.
all get fired like they did in DC?
This is not a mandate to buy anything.
No, I understand. I understand.
Yeah, it's just enabling.
Okay, no, I just worried about,
It'll be a cold day in hell before she actually.
I know,
or
she's not gonna be.
She won't be
on that
around
job
if they,
forever
when
'cause
they
she's
ever
too
do.
good.
Look, this is,
This
under
ever
this
gets wordy,
administration,
but
this is gonna happen anyway, so
It
we
gives
just,
credibility to it. They say this, the state of New Hampshire is willing to consider to put it in its portfolio, but I don't know.
I just don't want Musk.
I always
cheating.
thought, I always had a problem with crypto because I was like back from Superman, it's like kryptonite to
Kryptonite.
me.
That's right, that's right.
It's
a C,
like-
it's not a
They don't know the wrong, they just chose the wrong,
That's true, it's a-
chose the wrong word for me,
It's
but
a K.
never would have
Oh,
thought of
that's
that.
right, it's okay.
Cryptography.
cryptography, that's,
Yeah, that's what it's short.
I'm sure there was a good reason for it.
Yeah.
Just, so, no, this is just, we're, another tool in the toolbox. And, we can say that we have that capability but I don't expect this to happen anytime soon.
That's what she said. She said, yes, I appreciate it, and yes, it's nice to have there, but it's probably not gonna happen tomorrow. Or maybe even the next day.
She did say that a lot of her colleagues around the country were talking about it.
Well,
Yeah.
that's the whole thing. They're all talking about it, so you don't want, you don't want to ever feel that you've handicapped the treasurer if there's something that is something that they should get involved in.
So I think that we should just kind of vote
Okay.
on it.
So, ready for
Get someone in the audience?
Representative Ammon, second by Representative Spear. Moves ought to pass on amendment number
It's 302.
0138. Oh. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, you can comment, yes.
Amendment
we're open for
0700.
discussion. No, not the amendment I'm looking at. The amendment I'm looking at is 0138.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes,
And it's-
go ahead, sir.
Josh Hips.
Introduce yourself.
Yeah, Josh Hips, attorney at the New Hampshire Banking Department. We had fielded a question at the last meeting of this regarding what New Hampshire banks would be allowed to have on their balance sheet. And I wanted to provide a little more color to our answer on that. New
Okay.
Hampshire does not at this moment have a positive or negative
You have to
regime.
Yeah, it's really close, yeah.
Have a positive or negative regime regarding cryptocurrency or this type assets statutorily defined. We've not taken a position on that. What is happening right now is the FDIC has basically said, no, banks can't custody on their balance sheet these type of assets. So New Hampshire itself does not prohibit that. And moving forward, if we begin to have this sort of regime, we would revisit that. We would likely be willing to embrace that as a department. I can't speak for the industry as a whole. I imagine the industry will also probably be interested in it. But as a department, we have not taken any position on this. And so we're at the mercy of the FDIC because the FDIC provides the insurance for banks. And so the banks basically kowtow to what the FDIC wants them to have.
So bank commissioner has a seat on the treasurer's board, doesn't she?
That's a good question.
I believe. Is it- Has, so the question is, if the FDIC would say no, then unfortunately she might be compelled to have to then
Well, so
vote
the
no
FDIC
if there was, the treasurer wanted
Right,
to
what the
do this.
FDIC defines as a safe asset is somewhat the tail that wags the dog. And so basically, if the FDIC says, no, we do not view this as a safe asset, regardless of what we at a state level might say we're comfortable with, because they provide the insurance, the banks aren't going to custody those assets.
Right.
If the FDIC changes, as it looks like they might, then we basically we will need to revisit our statutes, but our statutes are silent at the moment regarding cryptocurrency, but we don't have any rulemaking or any other restrictions in place. So,
Yeah,
Josh Hips, an attorney at the banking department.
yeah, how do you spell your last name?
HIPPS.
Right, I don't think we've ever met, so
No, I always sit in the back. But
thanks, thanks for coming in.
thanks, guys.
And thanks for putting this on permanent record. Now you're on YouTube forever. Okay,
The likely use of this would be an ETF product, which would be like a Fidelity or BlackRock product.
Yeah.
And then they would custody it. It
Yeah.
would just be basically buying the asset on the stock exchange, you know?
yeah.
And the technical details will be handled for the treasurer.
No, I certainly. Okay, any other discussion on the motion about to pass as amended? No.
You?
Here.
Are we doing the amendment first or just the whole thing?
Right now, we're doing the amendment. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Did I get everybody? Because Herbert's not here. You think that was intentional, or? He said he was sick. I think the message I heard, he was ill. He was on his way. But certainly makes the hearing faster. Okay,
6-0.
6 of us are here. So would you have 6-0 circles?
John didn't vote, did he?
I did. I had my hand up.
Paul voted?
Oh, but 2 sec. He's, is he on it? No.
He didn't vote.
No, he's not. Yeah. Oh, he is on it. Oh, he was out of the room. Okay. So you only had 5 or 4. 1, 2, 3, 4,
2, 3,
5,
4, 5, 6.
6. So I was right with the 6. You have Ammon, McAleer, Herbert's not here, Spear, Pressa, Cole, Hunt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4.
There's 7 of us here.
Okay,
There he is.
we're good.
So what's the vote?
6 to zip. All right. Representative Ammon, seconded by Representative Spear, moves ought to pass as amended. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll. No.
Nope. Oh, we
Just-
can do it up
Just
here?
do
Okay.
this. No, you don't call. I shouldn't have said that.
Okay.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
7.
7.
But I'm not voting.
1, 2, 7 zip.
Was the amendment 7 or 6? Oh,
7
John
zip.
was out.
That was out of the room. All right.
And so who moved in? On the
You
second?
had. Ammon.
Oh,
Spear.
still the same one. Okay.
So you're rewriting the whole thing because it's ought to pass as amended. Okay. Okay, so now, actually, down here, we write it. It's ought to pass as amended. So you circle that. Yeah.
And this is the.
Okay, so you can scratch this out. Yep. There you go, perfect.
An amendment is adopted.
Adopt amendment.
And vote is seven, no. It's not
Well, that's weird that they would
again. I
say,
know, I don't know.
oh, I see what they're doing, okay. Yeah, so that you're, technically that was there, so you didn't need to do that.
Okay.
So, yeah, so you just check this part.
Oh, so you don't have to move it, that's. in case
Exactly,
it's another
once you've done
motion.
that, then you're
Okay.
taking up the next. Okay.
I'm not sure you. Here's the one.
We will, but we want to wait.
That,
Yeah.
that clock's a couple of minutes fast.
That clock is useless.
Yeah, it's 1:42.
No, I didn't stop and buy a new battery for that clock. But this hasn't been my committee room in a very long time.
Keith, was this bill, 639, was this, other states have a version of this?
Oklahoma and Louisiana. Montana and Arkansas. have the mining portions. And then there's a Democrat in Oregon that's, a similar version. Not passed yet, but it's in the works.
Is there an amendment or this? Or?
Yeah, I have another.
You're not.
Yeah, she's from the.
Yeah.
And she's on,
She's not on the vote, no.
not on.
She is on this committee.
Anita is not.
Yeah,
No, she's not.
okay.
Is this something new?
It's an amendment to this bill.
It's a markup. It hasn't gone to one with it.
Oh, okay.
I figure we're gonna make more changes to it.
It's new?
Okay. So this is the one that says bill number with no number.
Yeah, that's the word version of the original bill that I marked up.
Okay.
Well, so this,
Okay, Pete, this is the as amended version.
No, this is just a working copy.
It's a word.
Working copy as amended.
Well, it will, hopefully will be an amendment, but if I.
Okay.
it wouldn't have the same bill number?
Should. That did not go through. All I asked them for is the
Oh,
Word version
okay.
of the original book, so I can mark it up and then whatever we come up with, I'll send.
They'll approve that. Okay, that's good. Uh,
No, it is 147.
All right, we're ready?
It's 140.
Okay. All right. So walk us through.
All right, thank you, colleagues, for letting me walk you through this. The one thing I do want to mention, I sent an email, forwarded an email from Municipal Association. So the changes that you see there, some of those are from their comments, and it starts on, it's Roman numeral 359 V3. I think the page numbers still work. Page 3,
Right, okay, so,
line 30 was where it starts.
so Carrie, have you seen all the definitions? The definitions are okay? Good. Okay. So we get through the definition section. So
Yeah.
then when we on page 3, line 13, that's where we start with the actual statute.
That's right. So we had an extensive hearing on this. There were questions from the committee, but there were no people testifying against the bill during the hearing. So, I mean, whether that's notable or not, I'm not sure, but. So there's a definition section. The infrastructure to run blockchain protected. So that talks about being allowed to mine. I'm sorry, before that, it's holding the use of private digital currency. So it's just a prohibition on a prohibition. The self custody portion is important.
Okay, but I'm ready. Any person should be allowed to engage in home. As long as the individual complies with all local noise ordinances. So right out of the block, excuse me, expression out of the block, right at the get-go, that the focus is on the noise, the theoretical noise of blockchain. Is that what and just help me make sure I understand. The noise isn't anything but more than the air conditioners or whatever the cooling for the make the
It's
computers do.
Big
what they do.
fans mainly, yeah.
Right.
If that's how they
It's
cool.
about, it's
So,
the chillers.
yeah,
chiller.
right. The
The
chips
chiller.
get hot and
Right. No, I would say because my, one of my daughters, she works for Schneider Electric, which is, where they used to say
I
the
see your
GE of
copy.
France. And their whole focus on the computer
So it's
technology
crossed out.
is the racks and keeping the racks cool. It's all about the chilling. Okay, so we're identifying in paragraph 1 that the issue is that somebody might have complaints about the chillers.
So
Yes.
what it's saying is they must comply with any local.
Whatever
ordinances.
local noise ordinances related. So whatever the decibels, if the community passed the decibels.
Right. in
So,
decibels.
and there is a chicken and the egg problem there, because, the community might not pass it until there is a noisy operation.
But that would
that
apply
point,
to anything, right?
That would point that the person who was doing it would be grandfathered, and that any new ones
Okay.
couldn't have happened, right? I mean, okay,
I looked up the noise ordinances in Nashua.
good place to start.
The noise ordinances there do not do a decibel thing.
Okay, what do they do?
They say no loud radios, no loud televisions,
No boom boxes?
and no and a sound created in a building can't be heard 50 feet from the building.
Oh,
So now let me get to this. This law was written, I don't even know how many years ago, back probably when televisions were invented, 1947. Problem we have is that we have 4 huge apartment buildings in Nashua with hundreds of people living in those hundreds of apartments. We also have many multiple 4-family units on 1 acre of a piece of land. 1/8 of an acre, which means 50 feet doesn't mean
small,
anything.
small thing.
Very, very small, crammed in,
Yeah.
50 feet don't mean anything.
Classic triple decker.
Yeah, it's really kind of crowded over there. Now, I looked up to see if this was a problem anywhere, and apparently it is. It is turning out to be a problem in the fact that, let's say you have a 4-family building, which we have lots of. One person can be using a lot of the electricity, can be generating a lot of noise from air conditionings, all that kind of stuff. So there's a company called Decentral, and what they specialize in is making components that soundproof the apartment or make sound baffling, energy control so that your computers can only come on at night or whenever you schedule them, and to supply air conditioning. If the problem wasn't existing in an apartment building, then these guys wouldn't be making any money because they're selling this stuff and they're doing very well. So my feeling about this is, right now we have specific law against TV sets and a specific law against radio. We could very easily in the future possibly end up with somebody who's saying, we got to outlaw this stuff. Not outlaw the residential mining so much as you better put some baffling in and you better have some energy control such that you don't take down the electricity for the entire little complex that you're in. So we don't know what's going to happen in the future. And I don't think we should tie our hands right now and say, no, right now you're free to do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. Nobody's done it yet that it's noticeable. So my feeling is I think we got to leave ourselves open that someday apparently this has become a hobby that companies are making money.
Are you saying to wait till it becomes a problem?
Yeah, because we don't know what it looks like. We don't know what the problem looks like. And I'm worried about apartment buildings and these small multifamily homes all cramped in together at on 1/8 of an acre. So I think we have to make some kind of a thing and say, well, let's see if they have a problem. We don't have a problem right now, but maybe we will.
Just a thought. I think what you said, Mr. Chairman, was that if something was done today, it would be grandfathered if a new ordinance came in.
Correct.
Why don't we remove that grandfathering? That
No,
would
you
seem.
can't.
You can't.
You can't remove the whole point of grandfathering is that if you did something, you were in compliance with the current laws at the time when you did something.
Well, okay, so it can't
And
be
so
done,
you
right?
can't come back and say, oh, never mind. Believe me, North Conway is dealing with this right now when it comes to vacation rentals.
But talking against Carrie's point, again, we don't know when this might happen, and I don't think we want to wait. I think the whole purpose of this bill is to put New Hampshire in a good position to be there when this stuff really comes forward. Am I correct, Keith?
That's the thinking, is that we're like a safe haven for the, because a local example, a recent local example is the state of New York put a whole moratorium on mining. They didn't so it was discriminatory against one industry statewide. And it sort of put a chilling effect on miners setting up in New York. So we want to say that that's not going to happen here. We're.
In addressing that particular issue, there was a huge mining operation set up on the Mohawk River. And it ended up using so much electricity that they had to do something. They waited until it got to the point where they had to do something. What I'm saying is we don't want to put in a law that says we can't do something in the future. I can see not putting in a law right now that says, all right, we're not going to allow any mining. That's it. That's crazy. That's crazy. We don't have a law that says anything like that. But we don't want to take away from ourselves the ability to put a law in the future that says, don't take down all of the electricity in this little apartment or make a lot of racket so
But
nobody
we're
can
not talking
sleep.
about electricity here.
I know we're
There's
not, but that's
okay.
part of this little thing that they go along with. For instance,
I'm focusing on the noise. issue.
okay, just then,
Let's
just look at the
stick with
noise.
What I'm reading right now.
If you
I
can't
don't see anything
sleep,
here about electricity
okay,
usage.
but if you
Okay.
can't
Well,
sleep
I'm
every night,
starting a forest fire and burning the whole town down
I'm not
because there was
talking
too
about
many
that.
trees
I
around.
wasn't
it.
even
So
talking about that.
I'm just saying that people have issues with electricity, high tension.
That's another,
wires.
yeah, we'll get to that.
Okay, so let's think of this another way. The issue here is that a potential drawback of digital mining is that it has a sound problem. That is a potential problem. Okay, so and as much as I would say that I now have more understanding of zoning than I ever did before after going through with my vacation rental business. So what I'm seeing here is that, especially right now, we're all talking, and set up a whole committee committed to now we're going to tell towns what they can do zoning wise or can't do, and that struggle, that zoning issue. So what we're looking at here is setting some ground rules for towns or cities when it comes to this kind of activity. And if the issue is really sound, if the issue is and it's the chillers, right? The issue is the chillers. In my mind, what we really want to be doing is, I like the part here that no state or local, so there shall set a specific limit on sound decibels generated from the asset, other than mining, other than limits set by a political subdivision. So the idea here is we're giving direction to say is, if somebody wants to go into this business, if somebody wanted to do digital mining, are we going to just say, oh, it's free, you go anywhere you want in New Hampshire? What we're saying is that our fear is that some town would zone against it and create some zoning regulation against it. So what we want to do is ensure that someone who opens one of these businesses is going to be comfortable that we, the state, have addressed the issue of the noise of those chillers and say that you can't do it in a residential neighborhood. Right? In other words, say that's an anathema to me to start telling people what you can and can't do. But it's just saying, is that really where we're going? We're saying is, if you're going to put one of these things in, you got to put it in a place where it's already going to, we're assuming it's going to be noisy.
It's
Right?
an issue of scale, right? So like, I think Lisa or Representative Post, you have neighbors that mine, right?
I'm sorry. Yes, we do.
You have neighbors
Several in our town.
in your town. Is there a noise
I
problem?
never hear it. I've actually been in their house and I don't
Yeah.
hear it because they have it down in the basement.
And it's a small scale thing, right? So it's a matter of scale. Like the
Right.
industrial scale is like, imagine like a Costco.
Big chillers. Right.
Costco, that size,
But
all
just,
filled
they
with,
could do it with air conditioners.
yeah.
I think we're talking about
Talk about noise.
there are people that have happened in other states, and in Texas is one of them, where in an apartment building, they put 20 some odd computers in there and they're turning on the air conditioning, and you wouldn't know until the noise happened. And it's just air conditioners. And what they're saying, what I think we should be saying, well, Nashua doesn't even have a noise ordinance that would even address this, because the only things they call out are radios and televisions, because that's all that's ever happened in an apartment up to now. What I'm saying is, if you decide to put 20 computers in your apartment building, and God knows what people put in their apartment buildings, if you're gonna make a lot of noise, then you have to put baffling in. Or, and there's other things that go along with that. What we're saying right now, and it may not apply to anything else because inside of an apartment building, we don't typically generate a lot of noise other than TVs and radios. This is going to be the first time that we're seeing home people do something in their apartments that they haven't been doing before. So my feeling is we don't have a law against it now. Let it go. And if we run into a problem, we'll worry about it and address it when it comes. Because then we'll know what it looks like. And the answer may simply be, well, we're not going to outlaw it. Just put in some baffling. We don't know how we're going to do it.
I hear you, and here's my problem. My problem is what we're dealing right now with these zoning regulations. Okay? This is totally zoning. This bill is everything about zoning. And that is that can you have a computer in your home that's doing this crash computing, okay? No problem. If you have a couple computers and you start having too many computers, and now, let me put it this way. The battle over vacation rental is that we're running a business. We're not just renting our house. And it's the business element of it. And so in this case, what this is talking about is that, yeah, is it just a hobby to make, okay? But the issue is, if it gets too big, it's too much, right? And in my case, oh my God, he's going to have weddings there every night, every weekend, okay? And that's where I'm saying the zoning balance, this is a zoning issue, and that is what is appropriate for that neighborhood. If somebody just doing something in their basement and nobody can hear it, nobody knows what's going on, there's no problem. It's all of a sudden when they start scaling up, and before you know it, they've got computers on other floors of the house, and before they know it, the next door neighbor, is hearing all this noise
hum.
that's going on constantly.
Then
Okay?
they'd have to stop.
And then what they would do is they would go to the zoning board and say, you need to pass a zoning ordinance to stop all this noise making. Okay? So that's what I'm saying is we got to think in terms of how are we, where are we drawing the line in terms of what is the appropriateness of the activity and where it's happening. Hence, that's why we have industrial zones. Industrial zones was, here's where it's okay to make a shitload of noise.
But what if the thing is, I don't even have a problem if somebody puts a ton of them in their apartment and they make a racket and they put in baffling.
All right. Then they're not exceeding the noise or ordinances.
Right.
Once the baffling goes in.
Right.
Baffling is, that's what baffles me. Because
This whole thing is
Because
baffling.
what you're saying is that you've done something to solve the problem,
Yes.
okay?
And you should
But the next door neighbor might be one of those, how would I put it lightly? Might be someone is, it doesn't matter. They really just don't like these people doing what they're doing and they want to shut it down. And they're going to make a complaint. And now the selectmen are in, the zoning officer's in an awkward position because he says, it doesn't seem that bad to me. But the neighbor says, oh my God, can't you hear that noise? Or maybe you should come back here on when it's a moonless night and noise really carries. I'm just trying to identify the problem. And I'm trying to figure out what we're trying to legislate for. And then figure out how's the best way to fix that problem.
But I think this solves the problem as we know it today. It doesn't mean the problem might be different in the future, but that doesn't mean we have to wait to the future to decide. I do not think that we need to make not pass this bill because, X, Y, Z is going to happen in the future. That doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah,
What
I'm
makes
I'm
sense
not
to-
big on prophylactic legislation. Okay, they're trying to close the barn door before the horse gets out. What I'm interested, intrigued by what this bill is about is, can the happy homeowner do something and still not be a problem?
And remember, include renters in that in big complex apartment buildings.
Okay, and then versus, we all agree that if they had just moved this operation over into the industrial zone or whatever the town,
Well, that's certainly
then there was no
possible,
problem.
yes.
Then there is no problem. So what we're trying to address, I assume, is the mom and pop shop, the home business. Is that really
Yeah,
what the
it's
problem we're
just-
trying to address here?
It's just,
It's more than that.
you can't use if this passed, a municipality couldn't use a noise ordinances as a directed,
As a methodology to try to
right.
shut them down.
they have to be treated the same as any other noise.
Except that
pollutant.
Nashua's has directed ones now. That's the way they do it. They say radios and they say televisions.
And so therefore, they could easily add,
And they can easily add
they could easily add,
in the future if it becomes a problem.
chillers for
Or air
crypto.
conditioners.
And that's what this bill is going to try to address, is to tell them what they can or can't add?
It's just to treat mining fairly. And, mining, there is mining happening in the state.
Now in homes.
In homes. And in, the proposed amended language is much simpler from the original. So just realize a lot of that's crossed out. And it's incorporated what the municipal association passed on.
This was their notes, right?
This is from their notes.
Okay.
And I forwarded everybody that email. I
Yeah,
looked
no,
at
I
it
got
and
that. I got the notes.
yeah.
That email I did read.
Yes,
I did read that email.
yes, you did.
So if the municipal association is comfortable with this, and they're not here, but if this is what they're comfortable with, okay, not that I'm a friend of the municipal association,
I am not.
We love the municipal association.
not that they are and I are on the
And I'm
same
not.
level about the residential unit, that the idea is that this is in, the language in here is enforceable in their minds for a town to add to their zoning regulations. 'Cause like I say, all Nashua has to do is add on there.
Yeah, but I don't
chilling
see
or
how that's
cooling
not
equipment
discriminating. I don't see
for-
how that's not discriminating. If
Well,
I call out, now I could,
What are you talking about discriminating? They just banned boom boxes in their ordinance.
yeah, they did.
I think they're saying
So
that
that, isn't that discriminatory?
Yeah, but this says calling it out specifically. Or
But
maybe it
I
used
think
to.
they could write a law that nothing could exceed the decibels or the sound of a boombox or anything else. So this would have to comply within those rules. So whether it's the mining or
But they
a-
haven't made those laws yet,
Well,
and now
well,
you're
so-
telling them they gotta change, and they don't know how to, they don't
then-
know where they're
No, they
going.
could,
We better
no, they
pass this so they
absolutely,
can make those
Nashua is a
rules.
big city.
Do whatever you want.
They're big boys. They can certainly, let me put it this way. If the municipal association saw this language and said, this is workable, which says, set a specific limit on sound decibels generated, okay, in your mind, you're saying is, well, they don't have that yet. Okay?
But they still have the
But
limits.
if we pass this bill, I'll bet you'll have it within a year,
No,
because
I
we have
doubt-
set the
You don't know
guidelines.
Nashua, no. But that's another issue.
Nashua runs the state.
No, it doesn't.
No,
You're looking at it the other way around.
sometimes we can look at things from two different directions. That is true.
And the problem I'm having is that we don't have an issue right now. We're putting in a law when we don't know what it's going to look like.
But we don't have an issue right now.
We don't have an issue, so
So let's
why
not-
put in a law to create an issue?
Okay, but let's
Well,
say the issue happens tomorrow.
That-
Let's say that tomorrow, somebody in Nashua, in their basement,
Not their basement, in the apartment next to mine,
in the apartment next to yours,
which I don't have.
okay, suddenly puts this, the mother of all air conditioners in their window. Okay. They put in this big mother
Right.
of an air conditioner. And now it's driving you nuts.
Right.
And you're gonna call, and you're gonna call the Nashua, and and they're gonna say is, well, we don't regulate
That's what
the
that's,
stat. They're gonna look at that statute and say, "Shh, we never regulated that."
right? So
Okay? And you think they're just gonna say, "So too bad, citizen of Nashua," or are they gonna say is, you know, you're right. We probably should have
I
that
guess
statute.
you didn't see anything about the asphalt plant. The only way
Oh,
that
that
they
the
got
asphalt
that from happening was to go to court.
Now, what was that? A noise or smell?
That was pollution and everything else.
Air
And it was
pollution.
in
That
an
was air
industrial
pollution.
zone. It was in an industrial zone, and they had no laws against
There you
it,
go.
like we don't have now. And if they did something, the only way Nashua said was, let's go to court. That's the only way they could get anything to change. It wasn't anybody nicely sitting there saying, oh, well, this sounds ridiculous. Let's go change it.
And what was their basis of their court case? What
The
did they
basic
sue
turned
on?
out to be pollution.
Okay, so
Is that what we're going to have to do?
I
No.
No, we're opposite each other now. Everything is turned around. I don't see how what putting in a law now for something you don't know what it looks like.
I
is gonna
have
help.
to say is normally I'm not
Then do
into
it.
prophylactic legislation. You know, they're
Then do it.
trying to close the barn door before, but that having the state say ahead of time before anybody has passed the zoning, saying ahead of time, this is what you need to do.
You're telling the,
If we were to pass this sentence, set a specific limit on sound decibels generated from home digital asset mining, other than limits set. I mean, and you don't even need to say home digital assets, but you can say setting sound limits on decimals generated for including home digital asset mining by the limits of a political subdivision.
that sounds better.
Okay,
If you
just
say
simply
that.
saying it's not. We're not saying it's just digital asset. It can be anything that makes noise pollution. We are giving them advice that maybe you
When you
want
put
to
it the
do
way
that.
When you put it the way you just said it,
You were happy
I
with
can
that.
go. Well,
Just-
happy. I'm never
See?
happy.
I pull rabbits out of the hat all the time.
Carrie,
Okay.
they're mentioning, let's say, televisions and radios in here. They don't mention bugles. So, I mean, a guy can get up on the roof of the building and start blowing the bugle, and what somebody would say, wait a minute, that's making more noise than you're allowed to because it's more noise than a TV or radio makes. This is covered by that.
No, it is not.
It is. We'll have to go to court on
Oh,
this.
no, wait a minute. What do you mean by this? Who is this?
I'm just saying that this basically says you
If
can't
you
exceed the local noise ordinances. That's what it says.
It's,
We don't
it's
have
advice
a
both
noise
ways, right?
ordinance.
Yeah, it works both ways. Can we vote on this?
Well, there's still more.
This whole sentence has got to be reworked. But
I'm open to reworking it.
I did the whole sentence
Please
is
everybody.
and I actually agree with you that we should take the digital asset aspect out of this bill and be more like a guidance. Okay, and normally I would say is, well, shit, this should go to the municipal and county government, but we don't want to send it off to another committee. We will fix this on our own,
Right.
and we'll get their blessing.
Mr.
But
Chair-
I think that if we just, it's not about digital asset, it's about anybody who's got a home business that might make a lot of noise.
It doesn't have to be business. Don't make it a business. It could be a hobby.
It's a home activity that makes too much damn noise.
That'd be fine.
I would like to leave the word, the term digital assets in there,
No,
but
I would
if we
say
could expand
including-
it, right?
including
right.
digital.
Okay.
Okay,
All right.
Are
including
we
digital
gonna
asset.
postpone this then, or just?
I think
We're still working.
through the
We're
bill.
working the language.
That was
Okay.
only one second.
So, I know. So some of you weren't here for this morning. So basically, is this an early bill or not? What's the bill? What is the bill number on this?
639.
Okay. An early bill means we have to get out of committee early because it's going to go to a second committee. What makes it an early bill?
It's the fiscal note and,
What? No, it has nothing to do with the fiscal note.
oh, I thought it was,
Okay. And I'll leave my mic on for this one.
okay.
An early bill
School time.
is that whoever is sitting in the speaker's office, and Paul Smith is usually in the room, and years ago, it used to be just staffer, so it could have been just Aaron, okay? Whoever's sitting in that room, they read the bill. They're supposed to pay attention to the RSAs, which sometimes couple bills we've had back to the committee because they weren't paying attention to the RSA. But they are paying attention, that they look at that statute and then say, well, which committee should get this bill? And they go, well, this bill should go to Commerce because it's dealing with the digital assets. Well, this bill also has, and I hate to say it, zoning. I mean, they got criminal penalties. I mean, to be honest, I have no idea what they do and how they decide. It's supposed to be, and over my years, I've had this conversation, it's supposed to be they're looking at the RSAs, okay? In this case, you got, 359, I think that's us anyways. That's consumer protection, but they look at the penalties and they'll say is, all right, this needs to go to 2 committees. Has nothing to do with the fiscal note. If it had an A, appropriation, it absolutely, the second committee would be finance. But if it says FN, FN simply means that they sent it to at least one or more departments to generate a fiscal note. But the only way you know it's going to a second committee is that you have to have this little secret report, this secret squirrel report that only staff and chairman can get.
So it's a secret.
It's a secret. It's not a secret anymore now, right? Okay. It is not obvious.
No, it isn't.
It is not obvious. You just get, well, yeah, I know what this is going. No, it is not obvious. And unfortunately, as a chairman, I have to take my instructions and says, this bill has to go out early because it's going to a second committee. Too bad. Okay? Too bad. Okay? Now, the interesting part about that is there have been times when the committee gets it out early and then in finance waves, you've seen that on the floor. They wait, we don't need to take it after all. Okay. So having said that, this bill is supposed to go to a second committee. It might go to municipal. I don't know. It doesn't matter. All I know is we have to vote this out of committee on the 5th because the 6th is a session day and we can't do it on the 6th. So we have to do it on the 5th. And so we want to amend it. We want to do whatever we can to make it comfortable for this committee, Commerce, comfortable to send this bill forward. Otherwise, we could retain it and we would work on it in September. It would come out in January and delay, okay? So the issue right now is we're saying this can be fixed because what we're doing is we're taking the advice of the municipal association, not that you have any love spirit for them, okay? But that we can at least say what we really care about is we're not labeling this an activity as a hobby versus business or whatever it is, but whatever they do, if the town wants to limit what's going on using decibels,
You said if the town wants to limit. But
otherwise the
it's
town
state
might
law,
not zone
right?
anything. This is talking about how no town can make it pick on that industry. So what we want to just rephrase it and rather than making it picking on the industry is that it's the sound is certainly allowed to set decimal limits, but that and including digital assets. We're just setting some ground rules, but if they want to zone it that way.
And you can add bugling in there if you want to.
How about some Scottish pipes? Okay. All right. So we want to have in there just rephrase that sentence to civilian sound decibels from any noise, including house digital asset mining, other than the limits set by the political subdivision. So don't pick on anybody else. Are we okay with that?
Could you repeat that? I'll type it in my copy here.
Set a specific limit on sound decibels generated from noise,
From noise.
including home digital asset. And I think you might want to drop the word home, but
I think that I was thinking the same thing. Delete the word home. Just say
including
digital.
digital asset mining, other than the limits set by a political subdivision.
Set a specific limit on sound decibels generated from any noise comma, including digital asset mining, comma, other than the limits set by the political subdivision and any local noise ordinances. How's that?
Yeah.
All right.
And, right, any noise ordinance, right, exactly.
Just took out one word.
I,
Home.
okay, we're looking at, you got it in front of you. Yeah, right now it says set a specific limit on sound decibels generated from noise. In comma, including home digital asset mining.
Took out home.
Right, we're talking about taking out the home. Right,
Including bugles.
generated from noise. Well, you know, I think the setting the limits set by a political subdivision might, like, that sounds a little confusing to me. But, so, generated from noise, including digital asset or any other noise
All right, just
making.
one little wrinkle. The way Nashua interpreted that was noise outside the building, from the building to the outside world. That's where they set the limits. From the building, outside world. Where the problem comes in is inside of an apartment building. It may never get to the outside world, but it's driving everybody on that floor insane. So it's not just the building or whatever structure it's in. It has to be, it could be internal to the building because there's multiple people.
But that would be the limits set by a political subdivision.
You could have a condo
Which is confusing.
association.
I agree with you. So, I need to, let me work with the municipal association to get a good phrasing. But that what you wanted to say is, we don't want a political authority, we want from any of the neighbors.
Can I ask you a question? So if you're in an apartment, someone has kids, several kids, and they put an air conditioner in every window, what's the
When you set up, if you have enough computers, you're putting in multiple air conditioners and you're putting in internal air conditioners that are making noise all night. It's a different kind of air conditioner than the window air conditioner. And
So,
it can get pretty big.
Zoning,
But it-
zoning is from a political subdivision, right? But in an apartment complex or condo complex, there's other governance that happens,
Yeah,
right?
they got
That-
their own rules.
And
They
I-
got their own rules, and that, this won't even apply to that.
I'm assuming that phrase set by the political subdivision is a zoning term. I'm assuming that. But we don't have any zoning people here.
I
So
don't,
that means somebody inside their
Can I
apartment
call
building-
somebody in the
But-
municipal
I
association,
don't-
get their buns down here?
I don't think that's correct. I think that,
Do you have his phone
In
number?
the apartment, you're
Cell
gonna
phone
have
number,
other
see if he's
rules.
nearby?
and I
They
don't, well,
They don't,
but
because it
you
never came
can't,
up before.
yeah, but you
Okay.
can't have Nashua go and tell every apartment building what they've got to have for rules
Oh, yes, they can.
internally.
Oh, yes, they can.
Internally?
They
But-
can say that
but-
you cannot generate noise inside of this, of, any apartment
But-
building
but-
that disturbs everybody else in the building.
Well, that's Nashua's job to do that.
That's what
Nashua's
that's
job.
what we're talking about. The
Yeah, we're
subdivision-
talking about the zoning. We're talking about the zoning of the town. I would have to say, with my limited experience over the years, zoning around, regulations around noise is complicated. It's not, because most of the time, it's this one guy who's got this Hemi with a very noisy engine and has to hit his, and do that. So in this case, what concerns me about your concern is, let's say some guy's got a really old air conditioner that's got that noise, clicky noise, okay? And that clicky noise is so loud that the next door neighbor says, this is a public nuisance.
100 some odd years, it hasn't come up. We're talking about a level that's beyond that.
I bet you it comes up all the time, and they just told a person, tough
All right, so what
bananas.
we're saying is-
Buy him a new air conditioner.
We're killing this. We're killing this.
Okay, we all need to know that that paragraph needs some, that sentence needs some work. All right.
Maybe
Okay.
we should take a field trip to one of these places.
Okay, we're on to the next set. All right, imposing requirements that does not equally apply to industrial zone properties. We don't have a problem with that, right? Right? Okay.
I mean, I think the fact
All
that
right.
we're putting a law in place
Okay,
is
let me rephrase it. So I know that you read this on, so now I'm on page 4. You got any problems with page 4?
now I-
Now? Okay, what's the problem?
Which part of page 4 you want? Huh?
I guess, or no sale agency may establish a rate schedule for digital asset mining that creates a discriminatory rates for digital asset,
That's to do with electricity rates.
electricity rates.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, you, I assume you don't have a problem with that. We're right now on line 7 on page 4,
It's the new number.
where,
new Roman
where you, that Eversource can't overcharge you. No, they won't do that. They're highly regulated by the Public Utilities Commission.
Fine.
Okay. All right, now we're on to V4, right to private keys. Okay, tell us about your problem with private keys.
We have a law in place, it's called. Sorry, I gotta be- Oh, it's an RSA for when a criminal activity is allowed to go into your bank account. I can find the RSA, I have it here. I just can't see it. There it is. It's RSA 595-A:6. And I read that RSA, and what's in here is tighter than that. Now, ordinarily, I would think that maybe we don't know what it means or whether or not we should have something. Then I went and looked up my new investigation and found Spank Chain. Apparently, crypto is now used extensively in the porn business. Okay.
Let's not characterize.
Knock yourself out, I'll look it up for yourself.
You know what? The internet's used for all kinds of nefarious things too, right? So
What
Wait a
number?
minute, let me just get to my point. That's not my point. They use tokens to put in content, and they use a different set of tokens to buy the content out. Where I have a problem is, if this is what's going on in the regular world,
You call porno the regular world?
it's on the regular internet. I mean, you could get. on
Oh,
Spank
the
Chain.
tokens that, let's say Microsoft has with their games, and these
Yeah.
kids they get tokens and they win tokens? Are you thinking we're gonna get into regulating that?
No, that's not the point. That's not the point. The point is, how far behind are we on finding child porn? And so the idea, if somebody uses a blockchain to do illegal activities, why do we want a law that's tighter than what's already existing for bank accounts? in order to get at
So
what information we
the,
need.
the language of the bill says, Roman numeral 2, a court may compel disclosure of a private key only if the party seeking compulsion demonstrates a clear and convincing evidence that the information or access sought cannot reasonably be attained through other means, and that lack of disclosure would lead to irreparable harm. So when you're talking about irreparable harm, this has a provision that the court can still compel.
Except that it's a tighter, by any other means, is tighter than what is for a bank account. That's not in the statute. for a
This
bank
is, this is more like having cash in a safety deposit box. Like a bank account's a third party. This is not involving third parties, so.
I don't think we should be writing any laws that make anything any harder for them to investigate whatever illegal activities they need to investigate.
So what is the RSA that you're referring to that's we already have?
See with the sun here.
We have another seat over here for you.
595-A:6.
What's that say again?
That's the, you wanna,
595
595-A:6.
A:6.
That's the, in which they can confiscate a bank account.
They can compel the bank to comply. This is compelling you to give up a secret. Might just be in your mind, right?
They need to give them the account number.
Well, so your public key would be similar to your account number. It wouldn't allow them to move the funds, but it would allow to see where the funds are flowing.
Right. So way I look at this
Okay.
is that it's saying is no one should be compelled to give up information unless somebody's taken them to court and the court says you gotta show it, you gotta give us your password.
And we have a law.
And so therefore you just want this this right to private keys refer to RSA 595-A:6.
Or something like that.
Okay.
No more restrictive than that.
Okay. We'll
We'll consider it. We'll look
yeah.
into it.
just related to that.
Look into, I mean, this is about digital
no.
private keys,
Let me,
not, you know.
sorry, I screwed. Yeah, well, let me read 590. The marvels of computers. Okay. A6. This is an officer of executing a search warrant, but for some other husband finds property or empowered to take, he shall seize and safely keep them under direction of the court. Yeah. So this under the guidance of this statute. In other words, that exemption that you're looking there for part 2, you would just want to refer to 596-A6.
Okay,
Yep. Oh, good. You know something about this. Perfect. That's what I need more of. Someone who knows something.
Just a quick comment on this.
Yes.
Ian Hewitt. Oh,
Yeah.
great. All right.
And you're
Ian
tell
Hewitt.
everybody your name.
Yes, Ian Hewitt here as a volunteer board member of the New Hampshire Blockchain Council. And just to clarify, the reason you would want actually stronger protections for private keys than you would want for a bank account is a bank account is controlled by a responsible third party, a bank. If someone compromises my bank information, you know, they've got my debit card number, they've got my routing number, I can call the bank and they can bail me out potentially and at least greatly mitigate the harm. Whereas if someone gets my private keys, I'm done. That's it. So there is a tremendous qualitative difference, and that's at least the reason why you would argue that private keys merit greater protection, because if they are compromised in some way, you're just toast. There's no, you know, bank customer support line that can come and help you.
We're not talking about somebody getting compromised by Joe Frank walking down the street. We're talking about a legal case in which there is suspected illegal activity. And a court is involved.
Right.
We're
so
not
we're-
talking about just anybody walking off the street and stealing
So we're
somebody's blockchain
referring to
stuff.
the paragraph 2. Court may compel disclosure of a private key only if the party seeking compulsion demonstrates by clear and convincing evidence the information or access sought cannot be retained through other means.
That's where I have the problem.
Other means that, in other words, the state can get that information
And I
without
want,
them.
I'd like it to say that the
That-
same thing
like
as what
it's got
that
leads or-
RSA
The
says.
court shall impose appropriate protection, ensure the disclosure is no serve the prevailing party's legitimate interests. But I think we should make a reference to the 595-A6.
I think so too.
You follow me? What that 598-A6 has basically it's a search warrant statute.
Sure. And there would be protections for your bank account under the Fourth Amendment. But the distinction with private keys and the reason many people think there should be special statutory protections around private keys that are especially protective and have something like an irreparable harm standard is once any other person besides me has my private keys, then the security of my private keys is just done.
Right.
And it's very hard to start over. Whereas
You
there isn't
can't
any-
change your private key?
Well, I mean, in theory, you could potentially come up with a workaround that
You
could
can't
protect.
change your password every day?
Yeah, I mean, it's not like a password, or it's not like
It-
you're
it's-
routing them.
So if I compromise your private keys and I move the funds, then you're done.
Right,
I own
well,
the
you
funds.
don't get the funds. You don't
If
have
you have a
access to it.
copy of my private key and someone sees it and gets access to it and moves my funds, then I'm also done.
Right.
So it's very important that they're held securely.
And there's not going to be a stop order, for example. So I would argue
But it
the
doesn't, it
irreparable.
says, the court shall impose appropriate protections to ensure the disclosure is no broader than is necessary to serve the prevailing party's legitimate interests.
Right.
So we're gonna leave that in there. But we just still want to give them the right to get access to it, which is what 595A6 sets out the parameters to get access.
And I would say, I don't want to overstay my welcome, but I would say an irreparable harm standard would do that in any of the kinds of serious criminal cases that we're talking about here. I mean, clear and convincing evidence, that doesn't require conviction. You don't need to prove beyond a reasonable doubt someone has committed a crime. It's just got to be, because it's much more sensitive and much more destructive than when you get into a bank account, it's got to be probably a
So,
higher standard than.
Was
for a bank
this
account.
language here, this section, was this picked up by any other statute? Was there another state that has the same language?
Yeah, this is model law and a few other states have adopted it.
It's in the other basics laws that Representative Ammon referenced. Oklahoma is one. I can't remember the other recent
I have
one you
to pull it
mentioned as
up
well.
and-
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, if this was also put to, let's talk about some other states.
Okay.
Mississippi, Nebraska, Ohio, Oklahoma, with the first version of it. Tennessee, both the Senate and the House, all rejected it. All
Rejected what?
it. This whole bill.
I mean, that's not a reason for us to reject it.
And I'm not, they did reject it last year. And they
What-
may, and
what
they
was-
probably
and What did
modified
they
it.
write in the blurb about what
I'm
their
sorry.
committee report? What was in their committee report, i.e. the blurb?
And some of them, they
that
never
said
even wrote
why-
a committee report. They did a failed adjourn, which means they just closed the committee without ever acting on it.
Oh, what kind of states do that?
Oh, I can't imagine.
We don't do that. You got to give it and explain the
Yeah,
reason you're
I've
killing
read
it.
our reports. Actually, only one of them actually made it to a vote.
So Oklahoma and Louisiana, they've both passed the bill in full, in my understanding. And,
So you can find some that passed, I
Mm-hmm.
can find some where it failed.
well, you're trying to kill the bill, I'm trying to pass the bill. So
No,
that's-
what I want to do is add the restriction of RSA 595-A:6
We
to that
just
one
did.
thing, and then I'm okay.
I thought we just did.
I want to add the language of 595A6 into this paragraph.
Then I'm okay, and I
I'd-
won't bring
I'd
up
like-
the other
I'd like
states.
to research it more, just having heard it for the first time now,
Yeah.
and I'm open
Right.
to it. but
We're,
I'd like to
we're
learn more
working
about
on it.
Yeah.
We're working on it. Okay. All right. We're on to now blockchain-based trusts recognized. So anything problem with that paragraph?
What page you on?
I'm still on page 4. This is line 19.
The only thing I would say about that is, hopefully, we're gonna have with the HB 310, a committee to investigate, a commission to set up, to come up with some laws regarding stablecoin and real-world assets. And I'm wondering if this might be better handled there, although this is strictly blockchains, which could be crypto, which is not necessarily stablecoin or the other one, so.
We're it.
What?
We're it. This is the committee that does this now.
No, it's the commission.
Well, the commission's already did it. That's where this bill came from.
This section.
No, it did not.
Wait.
It didn't come from this commission?
No, this is from a model legislation that went around to a bunch of states.
No, that's incorrect. Hold on a second. This blockchain, the blockchain trust is a novel. It's not in any model.
She's not talking about trust yet. I think you're still on this paragraph about the private keys paragraph? You're on to
So
the trust, okay.
This bill in total, some of the recommendations came from the Crypto Commission. The blockchain docket is specifically one of the recommendations. Some other pieces of it, like the private keys, the zoning stuff, came from model legislation. And in this section about blockchain-based trusts is, no other state has even attempted this. This is a new idea, and it's based on precedent in law. You can see it references other statutes.
Quite frankly, I think we should have something like that.
Mhm.
And I'd almost say that we should break it out and make it its own law, so it isn't lumped in with the rest of the stuff. Because it's a pretty important kind of a piece, especially with blockchain being as prevalent as it has gotten.
You mean you want to put it into the trust law?
I'm not an expert on trust law. I don't know where it goes.
Well, I sponsored it.
You know
I'm the
what?
godfather of the trust law.
If we're not comfortable with this piece, maybe we take this and put it as part of the study commission 310's study, and we can do a little more, because there's some confluence of, the definition of decentralization is very foundational to this piece and also the stablecoin stuff. So, that's kind of a common thing.
Okay.
If,
we'll
if-
remove
if
that
that's
from
what it
the
takes,
bill.
then,
We'll give it to the commission.
and we have trust experts, the chair of the crypto commission basically helped write our trust laws. And, yeah, so he's and we've been talking to him about this.
Who are we
section.
talking about?
Bill Ardinger.
Oh, yeah, Bill. Yeah, Bill's the man.
Yeah.
Bill's the man. Okay. Okay, so we'll let Bill's commission figure that one out. Okay.
Could we let Attorney Hewitt
Yeah.
just speak to this?
You want to speak to this?
If I may, Mr. Chair, I'll try to be brief. This one I really can't help you on because I've got
Hit your mic.
Of course, yes. Red for on. I still haven't figured that out after a few years.
Red is go.
Yeah,
Off
exactly.
black.
This one, so I've made a blockchain-based trust as an attorney here in New Hampshire, and I've got a published law review article on trusts through the blockchain. And I think one of the main reasons this is in here is that kind of the overarching goal of this bill, as I see it, is to just check a few boxes of very low-hanging fruit where we can make New Hampshire more blockchain friendly through increased kind of clarity and neutral protections that are not big steps. And New Hampshire is already a very friendly state in terms of trust and self-settled asset protection trust law.
When I passed it, it was the first state to do it.
And this kind of does what Representative Spear was suggesting earlier with banking, and just kind of takes our existing statutes and just says, and also you can do this over the blockchain. Right now, self-settled asset protection trusts, or what they're called irrevocable spendthrift trusts in our law, come from the common law of impossibility.
Correct.
As I take it many of you know, and then our statutes also just take that common law and re-articulate it and clarify that if you kind of forfeit your own control over your own money and it's legitimate, courts are going to recognize that. And that clarification, even though that was common law in New Hampshire already, was done in statute to bring more business into New Hampshire. This would also do that with blockchain. And I would suggest it really wouldn't change any outcome of any case. If I was litigating on behalf of a client who had set up a self-settled asset protection trust through the blockchain, I think any lawyer who knows anything about this area would tell you, at the end of the day, I'm going to win that case in New Hampshire with or without this. But the difference is, without it, I and other lawyers like me are going to make more money needlessly, arguing cross motions, motions for summary judgment, discovery. Whereas if you just clarify it, you kind of cut out that practice area, attract more business, and create more incentive and clarity for people in this area to come into the state.
Believe it or not, you just gave the floor speech I gave when I wrote the trust law. Okay, because everything was case law. And I was cutting out the heavy lifting of lawyers having to go through and figure out the case law. And that was the purpose of the Trust Act. Having said that, I had like 100 lawyers in the room when I was drawing this stuff up. And all of them had, 106 opinions. So, so I would say is that, yeah, I hear you, but yes, I'd like to have those legal beagles to go through this and make sure that they feel comfortable that this is appropriate to be stuck in the trust act.
I remember reading your committee report. So it's
So-
not a coincidence.
So you're thinking in terms of moving it over to the commission?
We'll just, we can pull this out now and,
Move it to the commission.
and, I mean, if nothing else, I'll bring it as a separate bill for next year, but that, you know, I want to make sure
Yeah,
that
I mean,
trust
the
people,
idea of it is
trust
good.
people,
It just
or
needs to
feel
be in the right
comfortable with it.
place.
Yep. Okay.
Thank you.
Good idea, Keith.
Well, I think this would be a novel thing that no other state has tried, and it fits.
No,
it fits
I-
nicely with New Hampshire.
And that's why I want to do it, because that,
You want to sponsor it.
when I try, oh, yeah. So we will take this out of the bill.
Okay.
We'll
This
move it.
section will come out, it's V5 would come out of the bill
I remember.
and come out of the bill, and then they will give it to the commission.
It'll be an
And,
item.
and meanwhile,
What are we gonna do?
well, we're almost there. We're now down to V6. Processing regarding blockchain networks.
Yeah, and so you'll see I'm on page 5, right?
Yes, and some boldface stuff there.
So I think the Roman numeral 2 and 3, the old one, I think we could probably get rid of that because it's redundant. There already is an exemption in 399G that we've had since 2017. It's been recodified.
Oh, yeah, the money train, yeah, we already.
So I mean, maybe we want to state it explicitly so it's there, but it's not necessary in my opinion. Open to other feedback. I guess it
So
doesn't
you're,
hurt. to
you're
have it
just
there.
repeating what's already statute.
Right.
Are you taking out the line?
So these, all these, yeah, 2, 3, and 4. Yeah, right?
Two and 3 is what I have, right?
Just 2 and 3?
The 399G. I mean, it might be helpful to someone reading the law that,
Well,
but
This is page 6, right?
yeah, we're on page 5, and you can see that they're highlighted.
Okay.
Um,
Oh,
it makes the references to the statutes that did it, which is fine.
just leave them in.
It's fine. Leave it
Okay.
in.
So we're leaving all of them?
Yeah, just leave that in,
All right.
because they're fine,
Okay.
because they're already law,
Right.
and they're just like, if somebody thought they might have to be, registered as a transfer, and they'll see that, no, they don't. Because it's
Leave it back in.
It says under.
commodity, it is not legal tender.
Right.
Okay, moving on to Roman numeral 5 is shall not face liability related to a specific merely by validating that transaction.
Yeah, so validating is part of the protocol. So if you're running a node, transactions are coming through your node, and if you're validating a transaction, you might be the first to add it to the blockchain, or you might be validating what others have already added to the blockchain, that there's no liability for you just simply validating transactions. That's what a node does,
Okay,
right? So it's,
all right.
Can I ask,
Yep.
and I kind of agree with that. I mean, it makes sense. But in the cases where illegal activity is concerned, can there be any liability with respect to that? If a blockchain is being used
if
for-
you're the person initiating the transaction, then yes, you might have liability. If you're doing something nefarious and you're moving your own funds, but just because the blockchain is validating it doesn't mean that they're
Yeah, I
facilitating
know
what you're
what
doing.
you're
right?
saying, yeah. All right.
This is okay. Okay, civil remedies. Any problem with civil?
Basically, a loser pays, right?
Well, that's, yeah.
And it references the blockchain dispute docket, which we'll talk about.
Yep, it's fine.
And then-
Severability,
It's a standard one.
my favorite clause. Gives us off the hook for the whole bill.
Right.
And blockchain dispute docket.
Yeah, so this was one of the major recommendations from the final report in the crypto commission. And it's basically, if you think about Delaware being the king of,
Chancellery court.
right, they have their own chancery court. And that's one of the reasons why you want to potentially register a corporation in Delaware, because they have that dispute resolution. They have the
Yeah,
knowledge.
they
and
don't have the trust law, they just have case law.
just case law.
And they have lots of case law. Because
Right.
everybody's at a
It's on
corporation in
statute.
Delaware.
And so this language comes from the business dispute docket, and Attorney Hewitt explained this very well during the public hearing. The language is really just a lift of the business dispute docket, which exists, and replaces it with blockchain, and requires that there be some technical expertise, that the judge presiding should have some technical expertise. And in the beginning, it might not be used very much, so that judge can also hear other cases unrelated to blockchain, but that at least the industry knows if they have a dispute that there is, a judge and a docket specifically for blockchain. And you can see based on the definitions and all the concepts that we're talking about, that you need some expertise to, be judicious in, resolving disputes or deciding cases. So that's the idea behind the dispute docket.
What the lift is?
The business dispute docket, there's language in statute that established the business dispute docket. That's a real thing that exists.
Yeah, we have our chancery court now. We
Yeah.
now have a statute.
So the language that established that, we repurposed and replaced it with blockchain, and it's to satisfy the recommendation in the crypto commission report. So it's sort of like just taking a model that has already worked and repurposing it specifically for blockchain.
Does it cost any money to set up a docket?
Theoretically, there's an allocation of a judge, but the court system always says they don't have enough judge, but they always make it
So we
work.
don't pay attention to that?
You
Okay.
know, we ignore them. So,
And
Okay.
then the effective dates, so section 4, that's the dispute docket, that's January 1st, 2026. And then everything else is 60 days after passage. So it gives the court some time to, contemplate how they're going to set it up.
okay. You all right? Okay, so going back, for the review here.
The original.
We're going to fix on page 3, the state and local agency subdivision thereof shall. And we'll make sure that it's about giving them a guidance and advice for zoning. And then on page 4, they have some stuff they struck out, and then we have a reference, we want to reference the right to private keys, reference the procedural process of 595A6. We're going to take the V5, blockchain-based trust recognition, take that out of the bill at this point, and A, give it to the commission, and B, run it through the legal beagles and see if we can put in a separate bill for next year. Get that going. And that's it. Okay, we still have another subcommittee, so you have plenty of chance to go through it. The exact wording, I'm going to have legislative services help me write that out. Okay?
So do we do anything with this?
Uh,
Or we're- no, it's not
Extensive conversation going through the bill line by line. All right, you all right, Keith? Good?
Yeah, and I thank you for everyone's patience going through this. we'll knock a whole bunch out at once and then we don't have to hear it again. So, thank you.
Okay. No, we're not doing anything because this will be another subcommittee once we get the amendment drawn up. Okay. All right, what do we got left? Paint.
451, I love this
Do the
bill.
paint people out there?
I think it's a good bill.
Yeah,
We don't kill it with the tires.
yeah, let's not beat it to death. Oh my God, look at all those people coming.
You guys didn't want to sit in and learn all about.
No, the back of it goes all over.
Geez, I want to get home. I'm not coming in tomorrow, just for one bill in the morning. Well, for me, just one bill. If you're in the liquor commission, you got bills in the afternoon.
Yeah, are you gonna be okay driving?
I don't know.
Where do you live?
Jackson,
You're up there.
if it's, I don't mind the snow.
I think it's better than they said it was gonna be.
Well, I just get out early and go on the highway. It doesn't bother me that much.
Okay. We'll open up the subcommittee on House Bill 451. Okay, so I think the biggest bugaboo is the funding mechanism. And the way I saw it was the entity that does this collecting or sending this up is an organization that is created by paint manufacturers. And therefore, it only seems rational that the paint manufacturers shouldn't be wasting their time with the state of New Hampshire and regulating it. And this is their organization, that they should just pay for it directly. And the way I guess in the bill, the way I read the bill is that the initial monies was that they were going to front the money. So why not just front the money and then pass on the cost of managing this entity that is theirs to collect the paint? Why don't they just pay for it and have, and we'll all be happy.
Isn't that what they did, though?
I think that's what.
No,
exactly-
they have a fee at the point of sale. And
No,
that-
there wasn't a.
But they
fee.
don't have to do
No.
that. That's not the way I understood it. The way I understood it
Okay.
is that it would just simply add, if a gallon of paint was $30, then the retail value would be $31.50 or something like that. It wouldn't be $30 plus you're paying $150.
Yes.
It was built into it, just like with our liquor
Yeah.
stuff.
That's the way I understood it.
Well, that's not the way it's done.
That's,
So, Claire. Okay, so you need a mic, sorry, because your words are going to be recorded forever on YouTube. So press the button.
Thank you, Representative Hunt. My name is Jeremy Jones.
Just
barely
pull
hear
it a
you.
little closer.
I'm soft-spoken.
You gotta
That's-
own, yeah,
I'm soft-spoken, so.
then you gotta own the mic, yeah.
Jeremy Jones. I'm the Director of Extended Producer Responsibility for American Coatings Association.
Coding associate, right.
Yeah, that's who I am. So happy to answer any questions. I have been on the operations side of this program in multiple states, including Minnesota, where I used to live for 20 years. So I'm real familiar with all these I can clear up any anything that's misconceptions or anything.
So how does it actually work? How does the program actually work?
So it is like this, you were correct in saying that it's very similar to how the beer tax works here in New Hampshire, where the manufacturer is obligated by law to add a certain amount of money to, or in this case, in the beer tax, it's a distributor, but there's a different distribution model for paint. But just, manufacturer and or distributor is obligated to add whatever this cost is to the price that is paid by the retailer when it takes it into inventory. And then that is then incorporated in the price that they are paid, that is paid by the customer. So yeah, it is in that same vein. I think where the hangup might have been is about the display of any particular fee on a receipt. The fee tries to give a retailer an option to know about this. I think what I maybe heard, because I watched the testimony from afar
Good.
last time, was that maybe there was an issue with that option and not giving the option to the retailer to basically be silent on that and just let the mystery be, so to speak, like as with the beer tax. Is that fair to say?
The beer tax is invisible. That is true. That the consumer has no idea that there was a beer tax involved.
Yeah, so sorry.
So in a sense that you are going to show us, because I don't read it, but that way, so maybe you can show me where it is in the bill, but that it says that the fee is going to be part of the wholesale price. It's going to be added to the wholesale price. And so the retailer, even the retailer, so I call it, it's almost like a VAT tax. Are you familiar with the way Europeans do their value-added tax? It's added at the time of transfer from the wholesaler to the retailer. The fee is added to it. But in my case, because we don't have a beer distributor system,
Right.
and that basically you're building it into your wholesale price.
Correct. And in the sense that, it is illegal for manufacturers to unilaterally increase their prices. That isn't somewhat what compels this to be written into statute, in that manufacturers would like to put this cost, but, again, it would be a violation of antitrust laws to do so.
Well, it's only if you're calling it something that all are doing together. But if you are treating it as a cost of goods sold, this is a cost of doing business, and that part of your business is in some cases, you might have one of your businesses that you have you send one of your people, they come in and help build the display in the store and how it's displayed and shown. Okay. In this case, you are providing a service that's going to come in and pick up all this paint that was left over. Okay. And taking care of it. So there's no direct connection to this being a uniform responsibility that affects the antitrust laws. Okay,
Sure.
which is what I think you're referring to, but that this is just a cost of doing business, and you are rolling in your business because for some, you might have a variable payment schedule about how you handle the paint in different paints and how you with the type of paint. Who knows what you might do and how to dispose this stuff.
Mhm.
I just don't want to get in the business of measuring it or quantifying it or putting any dollar value to it. So I just don't want it in a statute. I want this to all be transparent. You're taking care of this behind the scenes, and it's just a cost of doing business.
John, page 2, line 20 through 25.
Yeah, see fee. Yes, the word fee is what gets me. EBGBs. I don't want to know the fee.
Page
I mean,
20 through
frankly,
25.
I don't even think we need the legislation. Frankly, you guys can just go ahead and do this, and you don't need us at all.
Yeah.
Except the last page.
What's the last page?
Yes, I'd love to talk about the last page.
Okay.
So page 5, lines 7 through 14. Seems like you want to skirt the state laws, converting solvents into universal waste. And then 10 through 14, you want us to take away all responsibility if there's any spill or anything. You want us to waive all liability.
So this particular provision, you're talking about 149M73 post-consumer paint for households and small businesses?
Yeah.
So this is, I may not be the best person to speak on this provision,
I understand that.
as this is a provision that really covers the challenges of accepting this material, you know, as it would be delivered to a retail location. It's more to, in every state that this program operates, it operates in 13 states, covering a third of the United States. There are usually some rules around handling of paint that need to be.
Hazardous waste.
What's that?
Hazardous waste.
Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. And these are, you know, typically rules
Okay.
that
If
states,
somebody else, you can have somebody else do it. You don't have to do this.
just simple, sure, just simple to say that it enables the program to function as intended.
Makes the program functional.
Does someone else want to?
So,
Sure, take a call.
Thanks.
so is this a new employee from DES that we never met before?
I've never been in front of this committee before.
Yes,
but I'm
yes,
not
I'm
new.
saying.
My name's Todd Piskovitz. I'm the Hazardous Waste Management Bureau Administrator. So in order for a,
Can you spell your last name,
oh,
please?
Piskovitz, and it's Todd, Todd.
Okay, great. Welcome to the Commerce Committee.
Thanks.
Downsized.
In order for a business in New Hampshire to collect a household hazardous waste, they would typically become a generator of hazardous waste. So
Ah,
most states, I don't know about most, but many states, household hazardous waste is exempt from regulation from cradle to grave. In New Hampshire, households are exempt from the regulation, but once they bring it to a collection facility, that facility is now the generator of that hazardous waste. That's not the case in every state. Most paints are latex paints and they're not considered hazardous waste, and that would be acceptable for most places to collect those. Oil-based paints and solvents, however, are hazardous waste. Many states have designated oil-based paints as a universal waste. So universal wastes are things like your light bulbs with mercury in them, antifreeze, other mercury-containing devices, aerosol cans. So these are things that are technically hazardous waste, but because they're designated as universal waste, the standards to manage them are a little less strict because most of the time they're being recycled and they're just ubiquitous and it would be hard to regulate them for everybody that has them. So that's the thought behind designating things as universal waste. So what we had suggested is rather than make every Ace Hardware store become a generator of hazardous waste because they took a gallon of oil-based paint, if we designate that paint as universal waste, then they can take it and not be a generator of hazardous waste. And then it's still collected and managed the same way it would be if it was hazardous waste because it's being picked up by Paint Care and being properly disposed of or recycled if it can be. So if there's any questions about that.
So in that process, when they're making the transfer, if there's a spill, you want the state to waive out liability? That's the way this reads.
Right, so that the facility that collects it, as long, the way the bill reads, as long as they're doing everything properly, if there's an incidental spill, it doesn't relieve them of having to clean it up. It just relieves them of the liability, is my understanding.
So we want to waive our pen, hazardous becomes non-hazardous, and we want to waive liability.
assuming they clean it up. Clean up their mess. Okay,
Okay, thank you.
so that convinces me that yes, we should pass something. But it hasn't convinced me to make this fee transparent. How do we make this fee transparent? How do we make it so we don't need to worry about what the fee is or codifying the fee? I want it to be free to let the paint manufacturers charge whatever they want, given that they're the ones who are contracting this coatings people to take it away.
So it's interesting because this is actually the only legislation that I worked on that has a fee mentioned in the bill. So by like with dollars and cents on it.
Well, I didn't write it, you can ask.
No.
There would,
Sorry, there's a,
just, you can just stay here. For the record, my name
It's
is.
a double seat, too.
It's okay. My name is Karen Ebel, Merrimack District 7. I'm the prime sponsor of the bill. When they went through the process of developing a bill last year, there seemed to be interest in having the fee in there. I think I don't want to speak for Paint Care, but if it's your preference not to have the fee in there, I don't think anybody would object. I certainly wouldn't object to it being deleted.
but I think Representative Hunt, I think that the objection, I think the original objection was the part about the retailer disclosing the fee to the end customer.
That got our attention, yes.
Right.
You know, in a state that does not have general sales tax,
So there,
that got our attention.
right, and so it's interesting because again, we work in different states and different states have different preferences. Some require you to put it on there because of consumer transparency, protection laws, et cetera. And other states, they just have different opinions. So this is just something I feel like an easily addressable thing to accommodate the needs of a state that has a different perspective than Oregon or something like that. There is language here that allows folks to incorporate the fee into the receipt. That language doesn't necessarily need to be there. If we were to, write the bill from zero, we might not include it. Others have suggested it for transparency reasons. But the part about the point about the existing function of the beer tax, where manufacturer passes to distributor, passes to retailer, that is kind of how these things work. Well, is that the fee is passed down correctly from one to the other, and then in terms of when the customer buys it, it's fully loaded into the cost. And you're right, the customer does not necessarily need to know about that. Some states they prefer they do, and if this state prefers not, it doesn't have to be. There's nothing about the functioning of the program that is contingent on that, is what I should say.
Okay, so how much am I deleting out of this bill? How much of this fee?
Sorry, let me move over.
Because it just seems like all this is all about collecting the fee, setting the fee.
Just, again, one more comment. The way it was presented to us, the woman that presented it, I don't remember her name. I think, yeah, I understood it to be like the liquor bill, but I think she understood that we wanted to see that fee and be transparent. We don't. But she presented it as if it was, that was just some added information that was, quite frankly, not needed.
Well,
Okay.
I was just going to say, as Jeremy mentioned, different states have interests in different ways, and they also had gone through the process of this bill last year. I think there's not a problem with removing the fee specification. Similarly, there's not a issue with deleting the language that gives retailers the option of disclosing the fee. I mean, I think there's language in here about an auditor. I mean, at some point, people are really interested in making sure that what's being collected is correct. I mean, I think we can certainly talk about all of those things to make this.
Okay, let's do it. I got my pen.
All right, well, I mean, we'd have to run it by, so the woman who was here before was Heidi McAuliffe. She's at the American Coatings Association, his boss. I think there is some sensitivity, honestly, to the antitrust laws because, if you're sort of setting a fee, there's some concern about
That's why we
that.
don't want anything about
Yeah,
it in
but
the
they still are
bill.
going to be charging. Okay, we can
We
talk
don't care,
about
that's what I'm
that,
saying,
and
we-
we've got to run it up the rail to the ACA. But do you have a copy of the billing law? Okay, all right. So I don't want to just go. Let's just go through it and see the things that you're concerned
Should
about,
I-
Mr. Chair.
If I had my word processor, I just, every time it says fee, just say delete. Right now I'm starting at page 2. I don't even know, I guess I have to read the whole bill and see anywhere it's any mention of this fee.
Line 16 says
It
funding
means it coming in-
mechanism. That's where it starts.
Line,
16.
describe the funding mechanism.
Everything south of that.
Okay, Jeremy has a comment.
So I've worked in a few different industries who've had aspirations to do something like this. But the one thing that holds them back is the fact that there are members of the industry that wish not to pay this fee, we call them free riders. And they'd much rather just, say, no, thank you. And the paint industry is, 95% of the paint industry are our members, but there are 5% that are not. And they're on board with this program. Like, this program exists in 13 states. It's very successful. It's a paragon of success. However, without like section on page 2, section 1 and 2, where the fee is sort of established in statute, manufacturers can tell us to pound sand. And that is what stops any industry from just doing this if they so choose. So I worked in other industries where one company really wanted to do it, another company didn't, and the whole thing scuttled. So this language compelling it is part and parcel of making sure there are no free riders and that everybody pays in within the industry. And that's the main reason for this.
Maybe we can come up with different language. Right? That provides for
Yeah.
a cost additive, but we're not talking about a fee per se.
We,
And
u-
then- and
we
then-
do use the phrase funding mechanism. We can
Right.
massage that, but the phrase, there is a
But
funding
you
mechanism.
see, when you put it in our statutes, then it looks like a sales tax. Okay, it looks like a tax. All right. So all I'm saying to you is, we think this is great. We're glad that the paint manufacturers want to do this. And we think it's that the best you can do maybe is when you sell paint, you put something on there, they're participating in this program. And those freeloaders won't be able to add that on their cans of paints.
Yeah,
That you're doing this because you are doing a service, you're providing a service, it's a nominal cost, and most of the time, like when companies are giving away something, they say we give certain percentage of our profits to a nonprofit, do like that, they use it as a marketing. Okay, so in my mind, you're doing this as a marketing, and so therefore, in terms of the retailer or anybody saying, like I say, we're selling the product that is participating in that take back program, and people are certainly going to be aware about it because they're going to see that display or wherever people leave the take back paints, and the sign's going to say these are provided by, and you would put the company names that are up there, and so that the consumers know that you're the good guys who are participating in the program. And yes, I understand there's always freeloaders. This committee we get lots of bills dealing with people who don't pay their bills, like
Right.
ambulance balance billing bills. Okay, so we all know about the fact that sometimes not everybody is a participant, but we just think it's great that you guys are doing this. We're giving you clearly something that's a little squeamish for us, that we're giving you a waiver on liability to do this, to pull this trick off, so that we're at that extent where we want to draw the line. I personally, the way I see it as business, the cost and managing those paints and how you fit efficiently. I don't like the idea when there's a number, when they put numbers, because when I see numbers in the bill, that means there's a potential that needs to change it. Oh,
No,
almost,
I totally agree with you on that.
you know,
So
so
if you guys are
I,
comfortable with not I mean, especially removing that on line 26 there, that whole provision
well, I'm
on.
starting at
Right, I
16,
know it's
start
earlier,
describing the
but I
fundamental.
think there we need to come up with a different concept for the idea, but I think we just straight up can delete section 3 entirely. Okay,
There is a part of me, and I hate to say this, but if I were to be so draconian about this, that I might line in and say a sentence at the state, you know, that there's no obligation, financial obligation. I prefer to just leave that issue mute and not put it into the bill, but to make it clear because, you know, we have a lot of very conservative people in the House here, on the House floor, and to have the House Commerce passing this bill, I think they would really feel very reassured if I had a sentence in there and said that there would be no obligation paid by the consumer. But I just assume leave it mute, leave it, just get it out of the bill, and having at the end of the day, this is a wonderful program that the wholesale, that the manufacturers of paints are going to provide to the state of New Hampshire.
I agree. I think the last part where you said about making sure that the public receives this service without having sort of their knowledge or having been thrown in their face or anything like that. Reminded, et cetera. That is totally achievable. Again, the language you see here is just in response to what we've heard from other people who wanted this in their state and wanted people to know about it. Disclosure, it's yada yada. But yeah, that part of it is, again, you've raised some really interesting things for me to think about in terms of, is it really necessary if it's the will of the people that it's not necessary? And of course, if it doesn't run afoul.
95% of you are all in compliance.
And doesn't run afoul. I'm talking specifically about the fee to the consumer, that the consumer sees
Right.
on a receipt or anything like that. But in terms of the industry imposing it upon itself,
You're not imposing upon yourself. You're all taking, this is the semantics conversation.
Sure.
Okay? So what I'm saying is that you, the wholesaler, set it in your price, and one of the things that you do and help, when you sell the paint to the retailer, when you're distributing it, you're a distributor, and I bet you guys have distributors.
We do.
Okay? Okay. And I'm sure what the distributor is going to say to Ace Hardware or Walmart, whatever they're going to say, is that part of the fee is that we're going to set up at your retail location this display that's going to take the paints back, and we're going to bring a truck around once a week or once a month or whatever. It's going to remove all that.
that part is voluntary.
Okay, it's all voluntary. So in that sense, that's operated through this entity that you're doing. So that's what I'm saying. There's no particular need for the consumers to know, other than that, how wonderful it is that the paint they're about to buy is participating in this program, Take That program.
The part about the consumer knowing it, you'll get no disagreement. We'll still put little brochures up for them to understand what good it's doing, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, point taken about the consumers not needing to necessarily be fully advised.
so one thing I was just going to mention, this does have an FN, and the second committee is finance. There really isn't a fiscal effect on this, so maybe the chair would be interested in waiving it so it can just go its merry way. when it's
I will
scrubbed.
absolutely, if you take out all this language that's offending, I will absolutely speak to the chairman
Okay.
and tell him that they can waive the bill through.
Okay, well, let us take it back to the.
Assuming that DES doesn't have any other costs.
Well, I mean,
You are a marvel to me. You
I know.
really are.
Well, I think, I,
After PFAS and this,
yeah, I know.
Yes.
I just want to say that it's, as I explained during the hearing, I really, under the circumstances with our revenue, I wanted to make sure that it was revenue neutral for the agency. And I was thankful that Pain Care did that. I just for the heck of it, I want to give you a statistic that I just learned. Since they started this program, Pain Care has collected 75 million gallons of paint.
Amazing.
And he said that the, per gallon, it's 10 to 11 pounds per gallon of avoided landfill.
In our neighboring states of Vermont and Maine, where this program has been in place for about a decade, we've collected almost 2 million gallons in those two states. Yeah, that's 20 million pounds, 10,000 tons of material that's not in a landfill as a result of this program. And that doesn't even include the cans. That's just
Oh, the cans, right, right.
The cans are also in that total. So
That's metal.
that is metal. That is metal. That is metal that is being reclaimed and recycled, not in a landfill, not taking up space. I think that's one of the key things is that all that material is both bulky, messy, potentially, leachate, et cetera. But it's just not if none of that is necessarily relevant, it's not taking up space. It's being diverted, and 80% of that paint that's collected is becoming a new product and putting back into commerce. So a lot of upsides there, but certainly in a state with some landfill challenges, that I think is potentially relevant.
I think people will care. So, Mr. Chair, why don't we try to come up with some language? Is it your idea that you would schedule another work session or go straight
So, yeah,
to-
we
what's your concept?
I would like to have an amendment for next week.
Okay, like Tuesday-ish?
Well, Tuesday we would be stuck in this room. Wednesday, but I have 13 early bills that, yes, I'll make sure they're all have their final subcommittee, because we don't do anything, in the full committee, because that would take too much time. We like to have it all the ducks in a row, and we would exec this on the 5th.
Okay.
Okay, but yes, we'd like to have, if you can have it to, I mean, if the world comes to an end, then it would be pushed to the 4th. But we would much prefer to have you get us something next week,
Okay,
and
well,
get it
I'm
to me
sure
sooner. We get
one
it
of
to,
us will be in touch with you to at least talk before we walk in here with an amendment. I
no,
wanna-
yeah,
at
please
least
don't do
wanna
that.
run it
Yeah,
by you.
because I gotta have the amendment drawn
Right.
up. And, but other than that,
Okay.
revenue, how can it
Well-
be revenue neutral? Because the state of New Hampshire, we don't have any, yeah, other than we gotta make sure that we haven't done anything the DES has to follow. So, yeah, where is this language
Just
in
at
here
the-
now
just
that
at
they're supposed to
the-
be?
Just look at the fiscal note at the end.
If I look at
So the-
M72, implement a program shall be implemented with date approved by the department may extend the date of implementation. So all I saw was that they have to approve whatever
Right.
the
They
program
have to
was.
approve the plan. There's probably there'll be rulemaking. Stop me if I'm wrong. There'll be some rulemaking. So that's the run up to they have to approve the plan. They have to do the rulemaking. That's the run up to the program.
Where was the auditing part?
Oh, it's, page 2, line 4. That's just the
Cover-
the money flow.
Representative organization shall submit post-consumer paid products tuition program to cover the pay. Where, page 2, line,
29,
20, I'm sorry.
29.
Yes, so that, I want all that gone anyways.
All right, well, we'll have to work on all of that. But I
So
think
what was the
when-
purpose of the auditor?
Well, to make sure nobody's stealing money.
Yeah, but it's not my money, it's your money.
Who cares?
It's the manufacturer's money, so we don't,
I mean,
yeah, so that, I'm assuming that's all gone.
well, let's work on it a little bit, okay? And we'll
Well, I'm
figure
not
it
gonna
out.
work too much.
All right.
No,
Well, we gotta say something about a cost somewhere.
no,
we
we
don't use the
don't.
word
This is,
Okay, so the other thing she asked about revenue.
if you want me to write something cost, I'm gonna say that the state of New Hampshire has nothing to do with, other than indemnifying the product.
Well, yeah, but they have to approve the plan.
Why? Why do we need to approve it? Why don't we, we're just trusting that you're gonna do a good job of it. You know, and if you're not, then the department, will say, oh my God, you're making a mess or you're doing something wrong. They would get to you on this, right?
So how does the Environmental Services Agency engage with these programs in other states?
Basically, the law sets out a requirement for a general notion of a plan to describe the operation of the program. There's usually a list of sort of things to discuss in that plan. It's in the law here, or it's in the bill here, where it describes, basically how much is this program going to provide to the state in terms of locations? Will it be convenient? Will it just provide services in one city or one town, et cetera? Just kind of describing how the program is actually going to function. And then it further describes what products will be collected through the program. Just the overall scope of what the program will encompass, what it's going to look like. And then let's see how the program will be managing the material. Will it just be collecting it and sending it off to someplace unknown? Or will it be doing, what will it be doing with it?
Like your rules and procedures of handling or
Well,
something?
yeah,
How
I
do
mean,
you-
this
What
is-
contractors will be used? Are they reputable?
Oh, you'll list the contractors, okay.
Yep.
I mean, you want to make sure the stuff is being handled correctly. I mean, I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand. Jonathan just said something to me and I didn't quite understand what he said.
Jonathan Melanson with Demers
Yeah,
Price.
you gotta pull it closer, yeah.
Jonathan Melanson with Demers Price and Thomas. I think one of the benefits of having an oversight agency manage this program is it also makes sure that whatever contractors are hired, they're doing this under the rules and regulations that they need to follow to manage these very difficult materials, to avoid, to Representative Cole's point, avoid any type of spills or mishaps in the transportation of these products.
Ooh, now we're running into John Hunt's rule of licensure.
Would you be
Do
fine with?
we license people who are going to be picking this stuff up? Do we have any regulation? I'm not looking at you now. I'm looking at my state. You're all done. You're all set. Thank you very much. You're all set. You're good.
I don't know if I am, so I'll just sit here.
You want to stay there?
Well, I mean, I don't know.
We're all set. We're all set with you, Claire.
To the extent that a party that's picking up hazardous waste
Yes.
is doing so, they're required to be a licensed hazardous waste transporter. That's true now.
And you
So,
already have that licensure. We already have that system. so-
already in place, absolutely. So when we hold a household hazardous waste collection day at a municipality,
Yeah.
they hire a contractor who is
These-
a
they're all the
licensed
same
hazardous waste
licensed, right.
transporter. That's right.
Okay.
But if we're changing the designation from hazardous to universal, then they don't need those licenses?
I think that for the pickup, the folks who are, the whole purpose of that universal waste designation is so that the generators don't end up absorbing a whole host of administrative and specific requirements that apply. So if a manufacturing facility generates hazardous waste in any, significant amount, they usually end up having to have an individual employee or several employees that administer that, make sure they're complying with the law and managing their hazardous waste properly. In the case of universal waste, the reason the whole concept of universal waste was developed is there are certain wastes that we all generate routinely in our homes, but they do have hazards associated with them. That could be cans of aerosol paint, oil-based paint, any number of other household products that we have. It's not practical to say to a homeowner, because you generate that waste, we want you to comply with all these requirements that apply to a manufacturing facility. So the concept of universal waste was developed to be more practical about it. And in the case that's being applied here with paint care, a paint stewardship program, essentially we're saying to that Ace Hardware operator who's just going to have a cardboard Gaylord box there where paint cans are going to be stored, as long as he's responsible about that, he's not
storing it next to a furnace or something, you're creating some kind of a hazard. As long as he observes basic principles of safe storage, he's not going to be treated like he's a manufacturer that generates a lot of hazardous waste. He can just comply with basic requirements of safety. But then when that transporter comes in to pick up those wastes, they're typically going to be a licensed hazardous waste transporter because they're consolidating all that. They may be making a pickup at 10 Ace Hardwares that day, and they're going to have, I don't know, 8,000 pounds of, some of which is going to be oil-based paints or other paint products that could pose a flammability hazard. We want those folks to be, as we always do now, we already do now, we want those to be, trained and properly licensed to do that safely over the road.
And do you think the state should waive the liability?
Yeah, I think this is something that, we've been, a paint bill of some sort has been introduced in a number of sessions. So we've been having this conversation in fits and starts for more than 10 years now. That was something that, we're regulators. That makes us a little uncomfortable when someone starts talking about that. But what we realize is that if you don't provide that liability protection, for good reason, the hazardous waste laws of this state are similar to the federal Superfund laws and similar to other states. They impose strict liability on a generator or an operator of a site. So what that means is if you own a site, even if you didn't cause the problem, if all of a sudden there's soil or groundwater contamination, you're responsible for that. And you can even be responsible if somebody else did it. So it's a very strict liability paradigm in state law. And that's appropriate and necessary because we have some hazardous waste sites that pose some very serious concerns that would otherwise have no other party to take care of them. But the idea of telling the owner of your local corner Ace Hardware that if he spills a drop of paint there because he's participating in the paint care program, all that strict liability is going to apply to him, that's a huge disincentive, and we'd have nobody participating in the program. And it would be unnecessary. It would be tanking what could be a really good safety program for no particular good reason. So that's why over time we got comfortable with this language, and we think it's the right thing to do.
Would you be amenable to having it only be licensed hazardous people that handle the moving of it and put that in the bill?
Yeah, I think I'll have to talk with some of my staff, but I think that's the way the current law would work, and I wouldn't object to that. I think having a licensed hazardous waste transporter handling it makes sense.
Yeah, it is rules established by the department. Keith? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question about the fiscal note. It's 50,000 a year approximately out of the general fund. So any
Right.
oversight that you have to do for this program, how is it funded out of the general fund? Does it come from the manufacturer's fees?
My understanding is that as the bill is currently constructed, any costs that the state incurs to administer the program, whether that's reviewing the initial plan, conducting rulemaking, or conducting, compliance monitoring further out, is to be reimbursed to the agency by the paint care program. That's what we really insisted on, is that if a bill like this were going to be passed, the state's costs, well, there may be some upfront costs that, we can't know what we incurred until we incur it, but we would be able to, and we have a well-defined and established cost recovery program where we're able to keep track of our time, including overhead and including, benefits and all the fully loaded costs, and then sending out invoices on a quarterly or monthly basis to
So
recoup
just
those
follow up,
costs.
just so I
Follow up.
understand, so that bill that you're talking about would go out to this paint care program.
That's correct.
That's funded through, if we're going to amend the bill, it's funded through voluntary means by participating manufacturers.
Yeah, I confess I'm not 100% clear how the bill's going to be amended, so I don't want to, I'm not sure I'm qualified to comment on that, but as I understand the conversation that's just taken place, Paint Care would administer the program through its member paint manufacturers, of which there are many, and presumably they would agree on some additional costs on each gallon of paint to help defray their costs of administering the program, including the costs they need to reimburse to us.
So just one last follow-up. I just looked up a can of paint is like a gallon of paint is like $60.
It's pretty expensive, yes.
So we're talking about potentially a 5% fee added to an already very expensive product.
If that,
$3 of,
if that's what it is. I mean, if a gallon is $1.75, then that's on the order of, I don't know, what does that work out to?
what's 75 cents on a gallon?
Yeah, so I think
I see. I see.
so I think it's less than 1%.
What less, thank you.
And it's a free market because the paint manufacturer might decide not to join the program. I do see on the page 4, we have the annual report and administrative fees language. That's got to be massaged. We're trying to streamline government, remember? Streamlining the government, I mean, what's the report? What did you tell us how much paint goes in or paint go out, how much dollars? Do we need that information? I don't. I mean, unless the department can make a rational reason why we need that reporting information, but, you know, as far as we're concerned, you know, we don't need to know that. The liability and disclosure is a separate section. That you got to keep.
Yeah.
But it was the annual report that, no, we want to keep this, lean and mean, you know? We want this to be cost efficient for the companies to provide this product, right?
Well, I think that, a lot of the provisions that have been discussed here in the hearing, I think are in there because, we come before the legislature a lot. We work on a lot of bills. I think everyone who was working on this, the whole team, were trying to craft a bill that would address the concerns that we often hear from the legislature. And one of those is oversight and making sure if there is, however it might be done, even if it's totally voluntary, to the extent that there's going to be an additional price added to paint, someone's going to be concerned about that. A paint contractor who buys 10,000 gallons of paint a year is going to notice it, right? And they're going to say, is that a fair price? And, for example, if and I don't think they would do this, but if the paint manufacturers added $7 per gallon to the price, someone's going to notice that. And I think the provisions in the bill as they are right now are designed to make sure there's an oversight of that to say, well, wait a minute, it only costs you 75 cents a gallon to administer the program, but you're trying to charge your customers $7. So what's going on here? And I think that was the idea of the annual report. That's the idea of monitoring the fee. Typically when we come before this legislature, if there's any talk about a fee, the legislature wants the ability to set that fee and control it. They don't even give that to us in rulemaking. We understand that. They typically the legislature tends to want to have that authority. And so I'm having a little trouble following the conversation that just happened because it's different than my usual experiences before the legislature. But that's
So
okay.
Mike, you have to admit that coming in front of this committee has been a little bit different than,
I always look forward to it.
but this is only your second time. Hey, come on. And I'm sure you're shocked and amazed what we did with the PFAS and in terms of how we're doing with this is that we run on the theory that the marketplace will take care of itself. And so therefore, that if the paint in New Hampshire is more expensive than in Maine, New Hampshire, or Vermont, or somewhere nearby, but I think all 3 of those states are already in the program. So if we suddenly became more expensive than them, then yeah, they might have a question, but then they'll just go buy the paint there. Okay? But in terms of if you monitoring that is supposed to keep them honest about what they're charging for the paint, I would think the retailer is going to be the one who's most conscious, because the retailer, if they suddenly realize their customers are going out of state or going somewhere else to buy it, they're going to say is, hey, you guys are ripping me off on the wholesale price. So yeah, I would want you to really look at that reporting requirements and see how much of that really you need to have if to try to get it so there's no fiscal note on this bill.
Right. Understood.
See how you can get there. That would be really great.
Okay.
You really make my day.
Fair enough.
Anybody, any other input from the committee members? Thank you very much. Thank you all for coming.
See you tomorrow.